Hi, friends. It is Friday. Hooray. Why do I do this to myself? So, what I was saying is, hello, happy Friday. Uh, and today is day 4 of the Connor Grubb trial. And it is day 2 of doing things a little differently streaming wise. We have moved entirely from uh well, we used to do X and YouTube, and now we're just doing YouTube, and that has been it's a little annoying because we're not getting as many views. So today is an important day. With all of that being said, um today the defense is going to begin their case. So you know what I just decided? I'm gonna do a little bit on X just so that hey, everyone on X. I am just streaming a little bit of this to bring in some more views, but I am going to switch back to only YouTube here in probably the next hour. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. And if you would like to watch more of this trial, as it is very interesting and the defense will begin today, we would love to have you over on YouTube. So we are just waiting for this to start. And basically, if you are unfamiliar with the case, this is a cop in my vicinity who was responding to a call about some lady locked her keys in her car at the local Kroger's. And while they were there, the manager of Kroger's, or someone from Kroger's, I would only assume it's the manager. Someone from Kroger's ran out and said, "Hey, that lady's stealing liquor." And so there happened to be 2 cops there at the time. So the cops went up to this lady and they were like, "Get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car." And they said it 10 to 11 times. And she refused to get out of the car. She started her vehicle, put it in drive, to the point that the officer who was standing in front of the car got lifted off the ground and he shot, and it hit her center mass. She passed away. And as they were pulling her out, they realized she was pregnant, and the baby died as well. And I it's a terribly sad story. It's not even a story. It's a terribly sad situation. Good morning, Patriotic. Thank you for joining us this morning. Um, it's very, very sad. And there's no doubt about it. But she was told several times to get out of her car. She did not obey lawful commands. She put her car in drive and hit a police officer. It's not like he could have used a taser. A taser isn't going to go through glass, you know? So, and he couldn't stand on the other side. He had to stand in front of the vehicle because if he stood on the other side, there would be a chance of crossfire. And it's been an emotional roller coaster. I was across the street when this happened. I didn't mention that. I took photos while we were across the street, and I've posted those on my X. It's just unbelievable that we're here. I really struggle with the fact that he has been charged. He is a former Marine. He is a an by all by all accounts, he is a great dude. And it is unbelievable that this is the situation we find ourselves in right now, where he is being charged with murder. There was a moment yesterday, I got really emotional because I just feel like everyone's playing Monday morning quarterback and coulda, shoulda, woulda. What would you guys have done if you had been lifted off the car by a woman in a Lexus who was trying to flee the scene after being caught shoplifting? Also, I should mention this. She was backed into a handicap spot. She did not have a handicap placard. There were no license plates on the vehicle. So even if they had just been like, okay, we're going to let the car go and put out a bolo, be on the lookout. They wouldn't have been able to find it due to the lack of license plates. And if you don't know where this Kroger's is, it's literally on the side of the highway. So once you get on that highway, you're gone. You get on, it's called 161. You drive on 161, and within a half a mile, you have the option to get on 270, 71, and 70. You're gone. So they were going to take her into custody at that time. That was the whole point. And she didn't even make it 2 minutes after being shot. It was a very quick death. And it went straight through her aorta. It's just How do you know that, Patriotic? Because one of the things that you said yesterday, I don't know if that was correct. I just want to confirm. I wonder if I looked up her name in Franklin County if that would show up, even though she's deceased now. What else? I do have some information for you guys. Okay. So Patriotic said, according to Franklin County court records, she had an active arrest warrant. That's also enough probable cause to put her into custody, right? So it's just unfortunate. It's just she already had 2 children, and she was 6 months pregnant. Okay. Patriotic says he has copies. I'm sure I can find it as long as it's in Franklin County, like on the website, I can locate it. I had a very interesting meeting yesterday. I know I just kind of squirreled, but I had a very interesting meeting yesterday, and I got some more information that I'm going to share during the morning break and at lunch. Sorry, I'm trying to move this. Okay. So you guys will have to tune in. And if you are watching, please do me a favor and like this stream, retweet it, share it, X, Insta, Facebook, Discord, wherever you share it. People who might be interested in this sort of case. As I've said on multiple streams, it's not just because I was there across the street. It's because I'm scared at the precedent that this sets, not only in my community, but throughout the state and nationwide. This has nationwide repercussions to it. We need to be active in knowing what's going on in the criminal justice system. And this is scary. You want to live in safe communities? Well, you need to allow cops to be able to do their jobs. It's baffling. It's literally baffling that we are where we are. I say this at least 3 times a day on this stream. But based on what we've seen thus far, the government has not proven guilt. So I'm I'm hopeful with sorry guys, or hopeful for him to be found not guilty, but at the same time they're trying to play off of people's emotions, you know what I'm saying? And that's not that's a wild card. It's a wild card. Oh, one of the pieces of information I found out yesterday, you guys are not going to believe this. The jury is not allowed to take notes. And I was whenever that happens, I immediately question, like, what are you guys doing? Why don't you want the jurors to be informed and remember what the witnesses were saying? It truly, truly baffles me. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This judge, every single day, he says that he's going to get started at 9 a.m. He does not. Like, if you see this, it says it's supposed to start at 8:35. It did not start at 8:35. What else? My notes that I took last night are in my car, so that's why I'm not divulging more information right now. Okay, that's good. What else? What else? What else? If you guys have any questions, you can let me know. I'd be happy to answer them. Oh, so yesterday was pretty intense. There was a witness for the defense who couldn't testify next week when the defense was supposed to start. And so the government let him testify early. And during cross-examination, the state was really coming after this witness over words, like semantics. It was a little cringy. And during like redirect, this defense attorney just like ripped her to shreds. It was wild. So if you have a chance, you should watch my stream from yesterday, because it was a different level of stupid that was going on. Just period. Period. Oh my God, what is going on? I ended my stream yesterday, and like I said, I had that meeting last night. I so quickly ran upstairs and I jumped in the shower and fed my dogs, did all the things. I was efficient AF. And I almost feel like I should go grab my notes now, but I want to be able to be here once the stream starts. If you haven't liked this so far yet, whatever, that would be great if you could do that. We need more eyes on this. I am relying on my audience to help share and get the word out, because this is crazy. We have entered the upside down. Oh, I saw the screen flicker. Yesterday, they brought in the medical examiner who testified that she had THC in her system, but that wouldn't have affected the fetus. Have you guys heard that before? That you can use THC while you're pregnant? I thought that was rather surprising. Oh my God, for real? These jurors are getting like 2-hour lunches. They have to be there at 8:45 so that they can start at 9 a.m. And it is 8:21 or 9:21 and we are still waiting. Just saying. And just a heads up, when they do go live, there will probably like be a witness on the stand. They really don't go in for anything interesting like before the jurors come in. I'm gonna, if you keep doing that, I'm gonna put you on camera. It's all fun and games until the internet sees you naked.
Wait, stop.
Okay. What are you guys doing this weekend? I was supposed to go to North Carolina on Tuesday, but I wanted to be able to cover the trial, so I rescheduled my trip to see my dad. He lives in North Carolina. I'm gonna go see him closer to Christmas. I haven't seen him in 2 years, so not intentionally, it just I think we were both surprised when we realized it was 2 years because we talk like every day. It's not like a weird situation like that. Okay. 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 Done. Okay. So, what was said? I'd be interested in knowing. Patriotic said that she had an active arrest warrant. Trying to see what that was for. Oh my God. Hold on. Look at this. Hello, Prince of Wales. Hold on 1 minute, you guys. I gotta show you guys when I looked up the arrest warrant situation. What showed up? Remove. It's the Communist Party of America. For democracy. For democracy. Yeah. So earlier that day, she had, thank you. Have a good one. Bye. Oh, well, hello. It's so nice to have you here, Michelle. Oh, let me remove this. Stop screen. Share screen. And there we go. Okay. So yesterday, the jurors were extremely bored. And that's when I asked, like, well, can they take notes? They're not allowed to take notes. And I have such a fundamental problem with that. I think that's so wrong. I think that jurors should be. I'm sorry. Hold on. There was a bull in my china shop. Oh, oh. I think we might be starting. Okay. Maybe not. Yesterday was the autopsy and the crime scene agent who, oh, here we go. Whoops.
You can have a seat. Everyone have a good evening last night? Good, good. You guys are so efficient. You show up on time and everything. I had another matter I had to handle prior to bringing you guys in. Are there any witnesses, further witnesses on behalf of the state?
The next witness is Dr. Jeremy Powell.
There's a little maze you have to come around here.
Oh my God, him in the maze.
Just put yellow tape.
This judge every day.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you. In a loud, clear voice, can you please tell us your first and last name, spelling both for the record?
Jeremy Bauer, Jeremy Bauer.
What is your profession?
I am a forensic injury biomechanist and accident reconstructionist.
I think you're going to have to explain that to us as you go along.
I will do that.
Okay. So, may I call you Dr. Bauer?
Yes.
And can you take us through the qualifications you have, first starting with your education?
Yes. Do you want me to display what's on?
Dr. Bauer, have you prepared a PowerPoint to go along with some video input to help your testimony today?
I have it. Yes, it would.
And try to need to switch over, please. Do you need to be in slide mode, or is this okay?
This is great.
Okay. So I asked education, if you could share that with us.
Yeah, so I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in 1997 from Boise State University in the field of physical education with an emphasis in biomechanics. I then went to Oregon State University where I earned a master's degree that was completed in 2001. And then I stayed at Oregon State University where I completed a PhD, and both of those in the fields of human performance with a focus on the field of biomechanics.
So can you tell us what is biomechanics?
Yeah, so biomechanics is essentially the study of human movement and the forces that cause the movement. Sometimes people will hear the word kinesiology, but it's essentially looking at kinematics, so studying the motion of humans, and kinetics, the forces that cause those motions and the forces that act on the body.
What are some of the tools that you use to do those studies?
Yeah, so to study human motion, we essentially have to record human motion. So you use pictures, video cameras, motion capture systems. So there's a lot of overlap in actually the development of motion capture technology that's used in movies was developed in biomechanics labs studying human motion. On top of that, we'll typically use then the tools that have been developed basically from the development of physics and engineering principles to use those motions of the human body to be able to calculate then forces. So we look at arms, hands, other limbs, just like
Shoulders, knees,
structures
and toes.
on a bridge or cranes. So it's basically applying physics and engineering principles to a biological system.
So does that mean that you have physics and engineering background in your studies?
Yes.
Are you certified in anything?
Yeah, so I have several different certifications. This line of work in consulting in forensic reconstructions requires certification, doesn't require certification, but it certainly helps to be able to have proficiencies in, for one, I'm a certified drone pilot. So be able to document large aerial scenes. I use drones. I'm a certified forensic photographer through the International Association for Identification. I'm an accredited accident reconstructionist through ACTAR, which stands for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction. And then I have a CXLT certification, which is that I'm certified to evaluate the kind of friction and slipperiness properties of walkways. So I have a lot of cases that involve slip and falls, trip and falls, feet interacting with the ground.
In your field, do you have any professional affiliations?
Yeah, quite a lot of professional affiliations. One is the International Society of Biomechanics. Another is ACTAR, which I had just mentioned, the Society of Automotive Engineers, I'm a member of, I'm on 5 different committees through the ASTM, which is an organization that basically helps develop standard practices for various fields to follow.
What does ASTM stand for?
It stands for the American Society for Testing Materials. So 5 of those committees are listed up here. One on forensic sciences, one in forensic engineering, one that focuses on pedestrian walkway safety, one that looks at consumer products. So anything that, as far as my field relates, playground safety equipment, things that people interact with. And then exoskeletons and exosuits, which has a subset of human factors and ergonomics. Then I'm also a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and member of the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International, or LEVA. I'm an active member of the Washington Association of Technical Accident Investigators. And I mentioned briefly the International Association for Identification.
You told us about your education and your certifications. Can you just take us through your experience?
Yeah, so when I was working in, when I was working on my master's degree at Oregon State University, I started working for a consulting firm that focused solely in forensic injury biomechanics called Hayes and Associates. That was in December of 1999 when I started working in forensics. And we started with cases at looking why someone's orthopedic implants fail, but also shooting incident reconstructions in car crashes. And slip, trip, and fall dynamics. And as part of that process, when we're looking at cases where people are slipping and tripping and falling or driving and getting involved in crashes, involves visibility analysis. So what can someone see before something happens? And then specifically using video-based analyses to
Sounds like
understand that.
a lawyer version
On top
of
that,
an
I've
ambulance
published
chaser.
literature from the
Just
research that
saying.
I have performed with other colleagues in the peer-reviewed journals, presented at major conferences. Over these last 25 years, I've testified both in state and federal court, and I've been retained quite routinely on both sides, so to speak, the plaintiff and defense sides, working in cases that are both criminal cases and civil cases.
You said you testified in both state and federal court. Which states have you testified in?
Testified in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, California, Delaware, Illinois, here in Ohio. That's all I can recall as far as trial testimony goes at this moment.
And then federal courts you mentioned. Which courts have those been?
I don't recall specifically. I know Oregon. Actually, I'm not sure which ones for federal and state.
In this case, you have actually been retained by the state of Ohio. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you provided with materials to review in your analysis in this case?
Yes.
With respect to the areas that you've told us are your background, can you explain a little bit more? First of all, what would be ballistics or shooting reconstruction?
Yeah, that's anything looking at an incident that involves a shooting or some sort of projectile that's involved.
And then fall dynamics, what would that be?
Yeah, so that's looking specifically at how people fall. So whether it's a trip and fall or being pushed off of something or just sliding off of something. So anything that has to do with people falling and the impact forces associated.
In the cases that you said you've testified in, were you allowed to express opinions and conclusions based on your education, training, and experience in the fields of biomechanics and human performance?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that Dr. Bauer be permitted to express his opinions and conclusions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in the fields of human performance, biomechanics,
Okay.
So, Dr. Bauer, when you were retained for this case, were there tasks that you were assigned or requested to do?
Yes.
And can you share with us what that would be?
Yeah, so there's, and with any reconstruction or any case or any research question or research project, there are certain mysteries or questions that people want answered. And in this case, specifically the questions that I had sought to answer based on what I had learned about the case and the materials I received are what we see up on the screen here. Would you like me to read those?
Yes.
Yeah, so the first question that I was asked to answer was Officer Grubb directly in the path of the Lexus when the vehicle was pulling out of the parking space? Second question, was Officer Grubb in the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal shot struck Takaya or Ms. Young? The third question, was Officer Grubb in a spot where he could watch for hints about any potential movement of the Lexus? Fourth question, were Officer Grubb's actions that were observed in video leading up to the shooting and after firing the shot consistent with Officer Grubb anticipating the movement of that vehicle? And then the final question was, how did Officer Grubb sustain the wounds documented after the incident?
Did you receive materials in order to address those questions?
I did.
Did those materials include video?
Yes.
Did you ultimately author a report with respect to the questions that you just went through with us?
I did.
And then I think you also issued a supplemental report in this case.
Yes.
In conjunction with your original report, did you also provide electronically any video that you had synchronized?
I did.
And if you're using video today throughout your testimony, would it be from that video that was provided along with your report?
Yes.
In order to address the questions that you just went through with us, are there different types of evidence that you need to examine?
Yes, there are.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, typically there's two general types of evidence. There's objective evidence, and that's typically evidence that's based on facts that can be verified through observation, measurement, and reliable sources. So that includes video. So it's something we can't really argue with. It's video or photographs or physical measurements that were taken or crash data that have been downloaded from a car. And then there's a secondary source of evidence, which is considered subjective evidence. So that's evidence that's more influenced by someone's experiences or their personal feelings or their independent recollection of an incident, but can't be independently verified. And so that consists of statements or sworn testimony.
Did you receive in this case a statement of Officer Grubb as part of what you would call subjective evidence?
I did.
And do you have examples of subjective evidence that you did review in this case?
I do. Yeah, so again, oftentimes when answering these questions using the objective evidence, the purpose is to always, of course, evaluate the subjective evidence. So what does someone recall happening, and basically comparing the subjective evidence and the subjective recollection to what we know we can verify through the objective means. So some of those sort of testable subjective evidence examples from Officer Grubb's statement are included on this slide. The first one, where he wrote, "I tried to move to my right, parentheses, east, to avoid being struck, but the front bumper of the car hit my legs/shins. When it hit me, I leaned forward and placed my left hand on the hood of the car to brace myself in an effort to not fall to the ground and be run over." A second sentence or second quote, "Suddenly, my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car, and my body was being carried by the car as she continued accelerating. It was at that moment that I fired one round through the windshield."
And did both of those separate statements come from the same typed statement of Connor Grubb that you were provided?
Yes.
With respect to the objective evidence, is that video in this case primarily?
Yes.
And in this case, did you obtain different types of video to analyze?
I did.
And can you take us through what video you were provided with in order to do your analysis?
Yeah, I was provided with four, actually more than four different sources of video, but there were four sources of video that recorded or partially recorded the incident. And there were two forms of, two sources from body-worn camera footage. So Officer Grubb and Officer Moynihan both were wearing and recording from body-worn cameras. And then there was security camera footage from the Kroger store. In particular, there was a parking lot directed camera and another camera that was near the RX walk-up, so near the pharmacy area.
Did you also receive, as part of the materials, photographs that had been taken on August 24th, 2023 of Officer Connor Grubb?
Yes,
And also photographs for Sergeant Moynihan?
yes,
Did you use those photographs in the analysis that you'll be talking about today?
I did.
If you could go through them, on the screen right now is some of the video that you've listed. So tell us, I don't know if you can make that any bigger.
I can make it bigger. We can step through the larger examples here.
Okay. So what are you telling us here with this slide, Dr. Fowler?
So here I'm just pointing out a couple key features. So this is one still frame from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage. And it's always important in these things that when we're using video evidence, we know where the camera is. So I've identified the location where his camera would have been mounted. So below his eyes and on the left side of his chest. And so, you know, what you see in the camera is not always necessarily what he's going to see with his eyes. So that's always an important distinction here. But from his body-worn camera footage, we do get to see quite a lot of information. We can see his hand, his left hand right now on the hood. This particular slide is actually the moment that the bullet defect shows up in the windshield. So you can see that in the upper right-hand corner over here. And then we can also, from the camera footage, see clearly inside the vehicle. So we can see Miss Young, we can see her hands. And then here's a still frame from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera. Same thing, so he actually has a camera mount on a different location, so he's a little lower and on the right. But then this is again just to show that he could partially see Officer Grubb toward the front of the vehicle. Then we get, I'm going to first just show you where the cameras from the Kroger store are located.
And for the record, I believe this is the state's exhibit 36. Have you added then the labels and arrows to this photograph?
Yes.
So can you explain what you've noted in the photo?
Yeah, so I've noted the parking space where the Lexus had been parked at the time of the incident or just before the incident. I pointed out the final rest position of the Lexus. But importantly for what we're talking about right now, I've just annotated the location of those security cameras. So the parking lot camera that we're going to look at some footage is located just above the front entrance, and then the RX walk-up is located closer to the pharmacy area there.
When you were reviewing the video from the Kroger, the parking lot video, and the RX walk-up video, were you able to locate Officer Grubb within those two different views?
Yes.
And the same question for Sergeant Eric Moynihan.
Yes.
If you could show us then from the video some things that you had noted, and would this be what has been called the parking lot video?
Yes.
So that's just a title. Do these videos from Kroger have file names?
Yes.
And are they, in your experience, from that Bosch system?
Yes.
So when you were analyzing the video from both the Kroger parking lot and RX walk-up, throughout your report, did you note which video that you were referring to?
Yes.
And although we don't call it by whatever the Bosch extension is, we can talk about it using parking lot versus RX walk-up. I think that would be easier.
Sounds great.
So which view is this, Dr. Bauer?
Yeah, so I'll jump back up. This is the view from the parking lot, the camera labeled parking lot, which is located near the front entrance. So we're looking sort of at and we'll watch the video, but we're looking at the back of the Lexus. We can see Officer Grubb to our right and Sergeant Moynihan to the left, and they're both obscured partially by the Lexus from this standpoint. And then this is a screenshot from the RX walk-up camera. So now we're looking, they're smaller. So we're looking at Officer Grubb, and we can see Sergeant Moynihan. And here we actually get a full view of Officer Grubb, and we can see the front end of the Lexus. And we see a couple other features here, including a child pushing a shopping cart through the parking lot, and then another car that's approaching here.
With respect to this video analysis, what questions were you addressing as you reviewed these 4 types of videos?
Yeah, so the first kind of round of questions that we can answer just by looking at the videos here was the first one. Was Officer Grubb directly in the path of the Lexus when the vehicle was pulling out of the parking space? And so when we just look at the objective evidence of the video, if someone is standing in the front of a vehicle that's moving forward and to the right, was he in that path? And the answer is yes, he's in that path. The second question, was Officer Grubb in the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal shot struck Takaya? And upon reviewing the video, and we saw the one still shot of the moment that the defect was put in the windshield, the answer to this question is no, he was not in the path of the vehicle at the time he fired the gun and shot Ms. Young. With respect to this third question here, was Officer Grubb in a spot where he could watch for hints about any potential movement of the Lexus? And that answer is yes. And we noted from, or I pointed out from the first still shot we saw from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage that he can see inside the vehicle, and he can see Ms. Young's hands when they're above the steering wheel or at the sides of the steering wheel.
I'm gonna check at this point in time, Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
I wonder what the objection is. You know what? This might be a good time for me to switch over. So, yeah, right.
Dr. Bauer, with respect to specifically Officer Connor Grubb's body-worn camera, when you were saying what could be seen, are you referring to what Officer Grubb's body-worn camera was recording?
Yes.
And then you did note, to be fair, at the beginning that it was mounted lower on his chest than his eye line.
Correct.
Did you also though have the type statement of Officer Connor?
Okay, X, I am turning my streaming off for X and we are going to YouTube. So if you want to continue watching, I am criminally confident on YouTube. We'll see you there. Thanks.
Grubb to clarify in his words what his visual aspect of seeing into that car would have been.
Yes.
And what was that?
I have that, actually had that quote on one of my slides, and he had written that my backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car. My target was the suspect's center of mass. I only fired one shot because I was no longer on the hood of the car. But the statement indicated that his backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car, and his target was her center of mass, implying that he could see her center of mass and inside the car.
If you could go to a slide where you can see inside the car and see Takaya. Is this from the body worn camera of Officer Grubb?
Yes.
And can you see Takaya Young
Yes.
in that photo?
Yes.
So in addressing the 3 questions that you shared with us, was it necessary for you, or did you decide to synchronize the 4 videos that you were provided with?
Yes, I did, and it was.
Take us through how you do that.
Yeah, essentially, you look through all the different video sources. You first typically use specialized software for forensic video analysis. I use a software package called Axon Investigate. It basically lets you take the most raw form of the video and step frame by frame very carefully. A lot of video players these days will do some sort of smoothing or some kind of compression to make it viewable. You get the raw source.
That was not me.
You then basically watch the videos and look for common events. So that could be a foot strike, a heel strike. So right when someone's taking a step with their right foot, the moment you see that hit the ground in one field of view or one camera, if you can see it in another camera, then you can line those moments up in time on a timeline in video editing software. Or you can note the frame number
Pearl.
and then basically put them side by side at that moment. So you do that with all the sources of video that you can, and then put them all on a timeline so that you can look at them all together. And this footage here had many examples of foot strikes that are easily matchable. Actually, the body-worn camera footage, we could see the lights on in the patrol vehicle. So when you see a light flash, that's a nice short burst item to be able to line up with.
Let me ask you about this frame to frame that you're using on Axon Investigate. If I'm playing on VLC and I'm hitting the E key or the space bar, is that frame by frame?
I think the E key does go frame by frame. With Axon, the great thing is you can also step backward, but you can't do that with VLC player.
When I'm just using a common video tool on my Surface Pro, is it going to give me the frame number?
No.
Okay. And is that one of the advantages of using this Axon Investigate?
Yes.
So if you can show us then how you were able to synchronize the 4 videos.
Yeah, so I've got up here, and I'm gonna, hopefully we'll see if there's much lag to it as it goes through the system here, but I've got the 4 videos up on the screen here on the upper left-hand corner. Actually, let me just go forward a bit here. We have Sergeant Moynihan's image on the right, upper right. On the left, we have a cropped in version of the RX walk-up camera footage. Sorry, that was on the left, lower left. And on the bottom right, we have a kind of cropped in version of the parking lot camera footage.
When you say cropped in, what does that mean?
Basically, instead of showing the full frame or focusing in on the events of interest for this case.
Now, does this segment of the 4 synchronized videos help address the questions you just shared with us?
Yes.
And is there any way to dim any of the lights around?
That's big.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Does that help, Dr. Bauer?
That is beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rachel. Okay, so can you show us how these 4 synchronized videos help to address the questions you just shared with us?
Yeah, and so first and foremost, it's overwhelming to have so much information in our sight lines with 4 videos trying to play at once. So one of the really key things to remember when doing any video analysis, even as we're watching it here in the courtroom, is that we have to look at it for a while and look at it over and over and over again to recognize patterns. It's very similar to video review or instant replay that referees need to do in football games. So you need to watch it over and over again, over and over, to look for patterns. So for that first question of whether Officer Grubb was in front of the vehicle, in the path of the vehicle when it first started moving. So I want you to focus first on his body-worn camera footage in the upper right here. So this gives us the vantage point. I'm gonna just come over here. That shows us he's standing in front of the car. His body-worn camera is on his left chest, but we see the headlight for the Lexus on the bottom right here. So he's in front of the right side of the car here. If I then come over and I'm gonna try to zoom in here. You can see my cursor, I'm circling where Officer Grubb is. We can actually see the headlight on the right here. We see the headlight on the left, and we see him standing right in front of the vehicle before it starts to move. So very clear video objective evidence that he's standing in front of the vehicle before it starts to move. And actually we see a little bit of movement. We actually see him stepping toward the vehicle. Let's see how loud he
No,
is.
ma'am.
See him step toward the vehicle before it even starts moving. And then as it's moving, he is in front of it. So that's that first question. Oops, that's very large. Pop that back down. So that answers that first question. We can see it, test it with video evidence. The second question then was Officer Grubb on the path of the Lexus at the time the fatal struck Takaya. We know there's only one shot fired in this. So when we look back at the video footage, the only, I won't say the only, but the best video evidence showing when that shot was struck, we actually will see it in Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage here. So I'm going to zoom into this. I'm going to drag our slider. Actually, come over. So here. So now we see the bullet hole in the window, the bullet defect. And if we come zoom out, and now we go down to our synchronized video source, and we zoom in to Officer Grubb's position, we can now see both headlights to the left of him, and he's no longer in the path of the field of the vehicle when that shot was fired. So that is question 2 here.
And with respect to the third question, and when you are specifically talking about this, can you distinguish about what's caught up on the body-worn camera, and if then you're also using the typed statement in conjunction with that?
Sorry, could you ask that again?
Well, I just want to make sure when you're talking about the question about whether or not Officer Grubb would have had a clear view of Takaya
Pardon me, guys.
turning the steering wheel to the right.
Yeah, but then I'm going to object to the phrase of the question. He can answer what he observed, not what Officer Grubb observed.
All right, I'll sustain as to that.
So when we're addressing this question, Dr. Bauer, can you distinguish as to what you observed when watching Officer Connor Grubb's video, and if you take into account his typed statement when watching that video?
Yes. So we just talked about, the video evidence shows that Officer Grubb placed himself in front of the driver's side of the Takaya's vehicle and was in front of that vehicle when it started moving both times. We haven't seen it, and I should maybe play that. But in his body-worn camera footage, it captured the motions of Takaya actively. Well, first, we see the turn signal turn on, so we know that there was an indicator that was activated, and then we see her actively turning the steering wheel inside the car on that body-worn camera footage. Oh, should we watch that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up really quick. let me just step ahead here. So this is this out of the way. Okay. So I'm just going to back up here and focus on the inside of the vehicle here. So looking at the steering wheel. So right now we see, I hope we can see it up there. It's a lot more contrast on the screen there. We see both hands. And then we step forward. Now hand is on the steering wheel. Left hand went down to her left side. I'm actually going to come over here just a little bit. You see this right hand is moving down on the steering wheel. And we see on the lower left that the turn signal all of a sudden is activated. So we know that there was some activation at that moment of the right turn signal. And at the same time, keep watching the steering wheel. We see the steering wheel being turned and turned and turned and turned. So there's a clear opportunity. So the camera captured, and I see it, and we can see it here. Takaya turning the steering wheel and cranking the tires to the right.
So we were just going to let a woman without a driver's plate or license plate on the car who had just stolen over $500 in merchandise for the second time in one day leave. Okay, cool. Just confirming.
This body camera footage.
And did you seeing that on Officer Grubb's video tie into the statement that you shared with us earlier from the typed statement of Officer Connor Grubb?
Yes.
And what was that tie in?
Yes, just that he stated that the backdrop was the inside of the vehicle and her center of mass, that he was able to identify her and her center of mass. So the fact that captured on his body camera footage, which is right here, which is lower, and your eyes would have a higher vantage point, would imply that in his field of view.
Objection.
Sustain.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
I don't believe you fully answered it at this time. You can't testify as to what he saw. You can testify as to what you observed on the videotape.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Yeah, so the video clearly shows her activating the steering wheel and turning the wheels to the right.
Question, Your Honor. We have a question and answer situation.
Ask the next question.
Your Honor, I believe he was finishing the last question.
The last question was stricken because it was sustained.
It was sustained, so but you can ask another question.
Finish the question.
Mr. Collins, ask another question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. In reframing this, what is observable when you
Oh
watch
my
the
God.
body-worn camera of Officer Grubb?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled. He can answer.
He's starting to piss off the judge. He needs
I'm
to
sorry, would you ask that again?
rein it in. I love him,
Okay.
but he needs to rein it in.
With respect to these events that you are noting from observing Officer Connor Grubb's body-worn camera as well as the other body-worn camera, the Kroger video, are you able to set up any kind of a timing?
Yes.
And is the timing of events part
Very
of
true.
your analysis in this case?
Yes.
And why was that important for you to do?
Yeah, it's important when looking at questions that involve human performance. So whether there's anticipation involved, whether it's someone responding to a hazard, that we focus on timing because that involves the cognitive aspect of things. So not just mechanics of moving and forces acting on the body, but also the process that a person goes through when they're evaluating an environment, detecting a potential hazard, identifying what that potential hazard may be, deciding what to do about it, and then actually doing something about it. So that depends on the time frame.
And with respect to those issues, and specifically you brought up anticipation, Is that something that is part of your education, your training, and your experience?
Yes.
Can you share it with us? In what way?
Yeah, in human performance, in a lot of colleges, we mostly get exposed to it from a sports biomechanics standpoint. So looking at how do you know where an opponent in a tennis match is going to hit that next ball. When you look at the timing of those events, sometimes it's faster than most people could react if they had no knowledge. But instead, what you do is and what athletes do is they study the motion that they're watching just before that tennis player hits the ball. So to get some indication of where that ball is going to go. The same thing happens with baseball players. How do you know with this, as fast as short of the time as it takes for a ball to get from the mound to home plate, what other visual cues can the batter use, because it happens so fast, to know that that's going to be something that they should potentially swing at? Football players all the time. How does a defender cover a wide receiver? They look at the body motions of the wide receiver and try to anticipate their next move based on a cue that they're going to see beforehand. So it's a very, very broad application in sports specifically, to be able to look at motion cues from somebody and anticipate what they're going to do next.
And you have
You are
training
not
to
wrong,
do that?
John.
Yes, through my academic background.
Your Honor, objection, may we approach?
May?
Mark is just fired up today. This is what John said. Can't argue with it. Can't argue with facts. Pearl never comes and sits with me during my stream, so this is an extra special Friday. Papa Dory Friday. True. True, John. Athletes aren't making life and death decisions, so this road that we're going down. Sorry, guys. That's right. I just took Advil cold and sinus for this very reason. So if you see me muting myself, it's because I'm coughing.
Dr. Bauer, you were telling us examples of human performance and anticipation. I think when we went to sidebar, based upon your education, your experience, were you watching anything in the 4 videos based on your experience to look for signs of anticipation, of movement of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
Make the record known.
You may.
At this point in time, this witness has no police.
It was just a sidebar outside of the presence of the jury.
Wow. Where was he going with that statement? If anyone is well, you guys are all watching on YouTube, duh. I'm interested to know if you guys can see the membership option, because I think that was approved yesterday. And I know it needs some what am I trying to say? It needs some work. Like, I have to add emojis and whatnot, but I don't even know if it's showing up. I agree. The judge is letting in relevant nonsense. Are they going to take a break?
Thing here. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it
Called
with
it.
you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. About 10 minutes.
All rise. Thank you, John, for letting me know. Don't cut the feed. Don't cut the feed. Don't cut the feed. Let us hear the argument.
You can step down if you want. Do you need to clarify the record?
Yes, Your Honor, once the witness leaves us to the court.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're okay, Pearl. You're okay. We have reached the crazy purple hair version of this trial. When that happens, the wig comes on. And I say this totally having forgotten that my French bulldog hates this wig. And she, God bless her little heart, she decided to come sit next to me today. And she won't even look at me. Pearl. 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 Hi. Say hi. We have reached the outlandish, ridiculous part. So I am only representing on the outside how I feel on the inside. I don't even know where to go with this because that was dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. All right. So So the defense wasn't even planning on starting today, by the way, which I thought was really interesting. The state has this witness and like one more witness, and the other witness couldn't testify today for some reason. So that person is testifying next week. That is my understanding. And the defense will call their first witness today. So that was a little bit of a curveball that was thrown. And thank God they were able to make it work out, because we are on the cusp of Thanksgiving. And that is a large reason why they did not want to run into Thanksgiving or have the jury still deliberating. And especially because they didn't have notes. Like the fact that opening statements were on a Wednesday, the jury got off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, came back Monday, and then didn't have court on Tuesday. Like I feel bad for them that they're having to retain all of this information. And it as you can tell, like I'm kind of worked up about it. That's not the way I learn. I even said that in my stream like yesterday. In order for me to be able to retain information, I have to write it down. And that is why I have this notebook here. Let me see if there's something else I want to share. Also, it is believed by multiple sources that on day one, if you recall, there was supposed to be a warning that went out to the family that they would be notified before the life-saving measures video was shown, where they're getting her out of the car and they're trying to apply a chest seal. And she it from what I understand, it was not an easy video to watch. Well, it is believed that this is not factual. This is just coming from several different people, that it was a pre-planned action to walk out, which definitely impacted the jury, which is exactly what the defense wanted to avoid. And if you watch that video, you will hear the jurors gasp and leave. It was not a good look. But on the other hand, according to the people I've been talking to in the courtroom who have been watching the jurors, that was the last time that they noticed the jurors like getting really, the jurors were really worked up. Since then, they've been pretty much like mummified in their reactions. Yeah, so John, I don't know. Maybe the membership option isn't available until I finish like the emoji thing and whatnot. I can, and that makes sense, but that's why I keep putting up my like my Venmo and my Cash App because it I want people to be able to do the membership thing. I just getting that together was way more labor intensive than I had anticipated. And I'm pretty good with like creating graphics as a small business owner who has had to create like all my own graphics, all of my own promotional stuff. I I have been doing that for quite some time, and this is a different animal because it's like different dimensions and can't be more than XYZ pixels, and it's just it's a new learning curve, but in case you're just watching, I put on the wig because we have entered the realm of I can't believe we're here and obnoxiousness, pure obnoxiousness. And I think that would be a good name for this wig. Just obnoxiousness. Anyways, we are waiting for the break to be over with. So, in other words, the defense is really upset with the current witness because the witness continues to say things that they have agreed the witness would not say, which is frustrating. And that is where we are. I broke a nail. So that happened as well. RIP. Gonna try to put on some mascara with this wig on. Yeah, it is the Twilight Zone. Patriotic. You should go back to the last like 12 to 15 minutes before the 12 to 15 minutes before the break because the defense was getting all sorts of worked up and they're putting things on the record right now outside of the presence of the jury. I keep forgetting it's Friday. I'm all messed up because of the holiday having been on Tuesday. Oops. You know what? I had purple mascara that really would have fit. No, you don't think so? She's once again refusing to look at me, which I understand. This is ridiculous. Oh, I am the queen of making chit chat. It has been something else. Something else. Oink, 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 oink. If you're watching live, let me know where you're watching from or how you found me. That would be great. I seem to get off of here, and I'm like shocked at how many people actually were watching. Because I only see like a handful of people, but when I shut down the stream at the end of the day, it's been exponentially increasing by the day. So the warrant was due to a violation. Last night I found out about the protection order. I was told that the grandmother had a protection order against her where there was a domestic incident. And so I'm not really surprised that this probably involved her. Apparently, that relationship was not so great when this happened. It has been longer than 10 minutes. I'm just saying. Oops. I'm just going to pause that until they come back on. Okay. Ah, that would go great. That would go great. Wow. The defense must just really be having an airing of his grievances right now. Oink, says Pearl. Facebook has, or not Facebook, YouTube has really figured it out in terms of what I want to see. I just looked at, I pressed like the live button and it was like all cams of beaches or like an eagle cam. This one is a beach bar panorama, 180 degree from US Virgin Islands. Been there. Another eagle cam. Santa Claus Village. I think this is Germany. Gosh, ouch. Port of Key West. Oh, I'm dying. What are we doing? I cannot believe it's taking this long, y'all. Also, there's this place in Carousel. That looks amazing. It's called Mambo Beach. Outer Banks, meh. I know Ohioans love the Outer Banks. My dad lives there. I'm just like meh. Fort Myers, Clearwater Beach. Underwater fish cameras. Sorry, guys. Just waiting for this to happen. So the meeting that I had last night was with an anonymous source. And I was able to get this information verified. I'm more or less interested in knowing what you guys want to hear. And if I can answer it, I will. And if I can't, I will be meeting with said person again next week. At which point I can ask more questions. But I need to protect their identity at least until the end of the trial for safety purposes and just to be respectful. There have been a lot of death threats, like a lot of death threats, both on social media and like through the mail. It's just awful. Did I already say, I may have already said this, that the trial is a minimum of $500,000. Like, and that's the government, putting this on. It's taxpayer money. I think it was Marty yesterday that wrote a comment saying like, if I lived in the city of Columbus, I would be writing letters. She is not wrong. Girlfriend is not wrong. She's from Northeast Ohio. What are they doing? I'm checking to see how long it's been. Oh my God. It's been like 25 minutes. There's supposed to be a 10-minute break. I need to relax. Look at this. Look at his face. He's like, oh, oops.
You can step down if you want. Do you need to clarify the record?
Once the witness leaves, just real quick.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're okay, Pearl. You're okay. Nice double chin action right there. We have reached the crazy purple hair version of this trial. When that happens, the wig comes on. And I say this totally having forgotten that my French bulldog hates this wig. And she, God bless her little heart, she decided to come sit next to me today. And she won't even look at me. Pearl. 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 Oh. Hi. We're here. We're back.
Are we on real time? My real time's not working.
All rise. Breakfast of Champions.
Everyone can have a seat. Dr. Bauer, you're still under oath. Any further questions on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Bauer, if we could then go to the video analysis that you performed, where you detail what you observed Officer Grubb's movements to be on August 24th, 2023.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up that video. Okay. So this is the two This is video footage from the 2 security cameras that were located at Kroger. So on the right-hand side, we've done is cropped in and focused on the area that was where the incident occurred from the parking lot camera, and on the left is from the RX prescription walk-up
Oh,
camera. And so my observations of the video here and the timing of the incident, again, always with video events, we've got 2 videos to look at, but we'll focus on one first. And we'll just look over at the right-hand side here. Again, we see Officer Grubb standing in front of the vehicle. We see Sergeant Moynihan on the driver's side of the vehicle. We actually see a brake light activated on the vehicle. I'm just going to step forward here. And at this point here, so I've seen no vehicle movement whatsoever, but at this point in time, we see Officer Grubb drawing his firearm. So I'm just
because
stepping
she
back
turned
and
on the
forth so
car,
you can
by the
see
way.
this. So now, as he's drawing the firearm, I observed the car does a little lurch or moves forward slightly. At the same time that that vehicle is doing that lurch, we actually see Officer Grubb step forward with his left foot and reach out with his left hand. So keep watching the back and forth. The car starts and then it stops. So starts and then it stops. And we see the same thing. Now if we focus, get a little lower resolution on this side here, but I'm going to step backward, step forward. We see him step forward and put his hand on the hood. And this is at the same time that the steering wheel is being turned. And we can tell from this video that the steering wheel is being turned. Because if we look at the, here's the rim on the right front tire.
I've got
And
to
if I
show
step
this.
forward, you can actually see that disappear. So we're just seeing the black from the tire. So we can actually see the tire rotating at the same time that we see, same time that I see Officer Grubb step forward and reach his hand to the hood. So again, here's a much more zoomed in version here so we can see it. So we see the car has not moved. We see Officer Grubb draw his weapon, and as soon as, at the same time that that vehicle starts to lurch forward, we see him actually step
Right there.
forward and reach out to the hood with his vehicle, with his hand. So then from this point, we continue to step forward. The car then begins to move again and continuously. And at the time that it starts to move again, after he's
Here,
put
I'm
his
going to
hand
show this
on
on
the
a
hood,
larger.
we see a change in his body. So he's more upright, holding the firearm to his right with his left hand on the hood. As the vehicle starts to move forward, we see him rotate slightly and crouch down, bending at the waist. So we'll just watch this a couple times just to go back. So this is the second time that the vehicle has moved, right here. Keep stepping. You move back and forth, just again staring at the right. I'm going to zoom in here so we can see it. We'll actually see some upward and downward movement, some bobbing movement of Mr. Grubb. You have to watch this a few times to see it. It's right there. There. So we see this bobbing movement, and that's consistent with the movement that we can see more clearly from behind of Officer Grubb actually taking steps, so walking. So as that vehicle is moving for the second time here in this continuous motion, we actually see him taking steps to the left, so sort of shuffle steps to his left, keeping pace with the vehicle as it's performing this maneuver, right up until the time at this point here, when the shot is fired. So let me back up again. So again, we see that he steps forward, and now he's actively stepping to his left. And I know this is an active step, so I'm going to point out something here. So mouse is a little laggy. So here's his left leg. and left foot is down here. So notice in these 3 frames that we're looking at here, that foot doesn't move. That demonstrates that the foot has some force on it, the ground, that's preventing it from sliding around. And this happens multiple times. So here now we're going to see another step. And here now it's planted on the ground. So that left foot is on the ground. And we can see it's stationary in these frames. We can also tell it's stationary because we can see the car moving behind his leg, or sort of coming out from behind his leg as we're viewing it here. So, because we're starting to see that right headlight come into view, but without this left foot moving. And then at this point, and I'll show this other view here, we actually see in Officer Grubb's left arm a moment where he extends up or pushes up off of the hood, and this is happening at the same time that that shot happens. And it's easier to see that in this footage here. So if I back up, it is pixelated, but the more you look at it, the more you see. You can see here's his upper arm and then his forearm. And we'll see that change angle significantly here. So, and this is that same point. So if you watch his upper body move upright, we see his arms straighten. So that indicates that there's a push off happening, a push off up, and that's at the same time.
It indicates she's trying to hit him. His feet were off the ground.
Whole sequence now, if we watch each camera footage here. So before the car moves, we've got, he draws his firearm, steps forward at the same moment that we see the vehicle start to move forward, and then it stops. And then it moves forward again while his hand is on the hood. We see this now more of a bending over, kind of ready position, and then essentially Officer Grubb stepping and keeping pace with the vehicle.
What Officer Grubb, he's claiming Officer Grubb is doing at that point in time.
Overruled as that question.
Oh my gosh.
And then we can see from this frame that right after the shots fired, he's on the driver's side of the vehicle. And same back to this view. And again, it's very pixelated, low resolution, but certainly good enough resolution and for us to be able to identify his motions. So again, steps forward, puts his hand on the hood, and now we see active stepping, keeping pace with the vehicle. And this is that moment where he's pushing off with his left arm, firing that shot, and he's on the driver's side of the vehicle. And just a side note here that we also see Sergeant Moynihan keeping pace with the vehicle as it's going around the corner.
With respect to your video analysis and what your observations were of Officer Grubb's movements, is there anything about the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb or Sergeant Moynihan that also ties into what you just pointed out in the Kroger, both views from the RX walk-up as well as the parking lot?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing we know from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage is that we don't get to see both feet from Officer Grubb. We see his right foot at some point.
No, we do.
We see it not on the ground, but we know that happens with the shuffle steps that are observed in the RX camera footage. We also, I think I pointed out earlier that at the moment that the shot was fired, we see Officer Grubb to the driver's side of the vehicle because we can see both headlights in the RX prescription camera footage.
Now, I think yesterday was a travel day for you. Is that correct, Dr. Fowler?
Yes.
And you were coming from where?
Seattle, Washington.
Gross.
So once you arrived, were you provided with any simulations that had been obtained yesterday?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, had you reviewed the report of Dr. I think it's Desmolin? I always said Desmolin, but Desmolin.
Yes, I did.
And when you originally would have gotten his report, did it include any simulations in it?
No.
Have you now seen simulations from Dr. Desmolin?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to take the simulations and then looking back at what you've just shown us with your observations of Officer Grubb's movement within the videos?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can share that with us.
Yeah, so this is the, I guess I wouldn't necessarily, from an engineering physics standpoint, call it a simulation. It's more of an animation, and there's a difference between those two.
What is the difference?
Simulation is based on mathematics and engineering principles, and typically based on data that you feed a program. For example, if we knew the speed of the car and the acceleration rate, you could plug that in and accurately represent that in the vehicle. Similarly, if the motion of a person was based on motion capture, so you've actually taken video of them, recorded it, and applied it to this person, that's based on real world data, versus an animation, which is something that is hand done or sort of keyframed. So you move an arm in one frame and then move it 10 frames later, and it'll move from point to point.
So when you watch this animation, can you share with us? Can you share with us your thoughts with respect to what Officer Grubb's visible movements to you were compared to this animation?
Yes. The motions that we all just observed in the RX prescription walk-up camera are not represented in the animation that was provided by Dr. Desmolin.
And how are you able to say that?
Essentially watching them. And I've been an animator longer than I've been an expert witness. So I'm very familiar with how this software works in creating animations, and especially animations
That's
for
cool.
forensic purposes. And just watching this, I think it'll be very clear to see. One of the key points that clue me into how this is not representative of the video footage is that if we focus on just the left foot here, it was very clear in the RX prescription video footage, objective evidence.
What about
that
Moynihan's
we see
footage, huh?
steps being taken with that left foot. In this animation, it's completely static, so no movement whatsoever. This doesn't represent the objective evidence, not even close. Maybe the hand placement, but that's it. It doesn't represent what we see in the video evidence.
With respect to the
I hate
other
that noise.
aspect of the animation, you show us as well your disagreement with the animation versus the objective evidence of you watching the videos.
Yes, it's the same thing. We just see motions in the video footage that we don't see here. And I don't believe we're not seeing up to the point where a shot was fired, but we know that there are multiple steps being taken, keeping pace with the vehicle that are not represented in this animation.
So with respect then to your opinions and observations, conclusions after observing these videos, do you have a timeline that you can share with us as to when the vehicle is stationary, moves forward, stops, and goes from there?
I do.
Okay, can you share that with us?
I would have to pull up my report. I don't have a slide that
Well,
contains
let me
it.
go to the issue of as the vehicle moves forward, you talked about the step forward, the steps to the right. So the timing of this situation, just in a sequence, can you take us through this? Where are you starting the sequence?
Yeah, the sequence starts with the first observation of, not first observation, but my first observation of seeing input put into the vehicle. So that's with the initiation of turning the steering wheel from the footage from Officer Grubb's body worn camera.
And then what were your observations of Officer Grubb after that initial event?
Yeah, so then we see, and I think we all just saw this, is that as that steering wheel is being turned, we see Officer Grubb pull his firearm.
With respect to the vehicle itself, in your training and your experience, can you share with us an opinion as to whether or not a body can stop a vehicle?
Yes, I can share that, and a body certainly will not stop a vehicle.
And why is that?
The mass of a vehicle would, and this vehicle in particular has a curb weight of 3,600 pounds, will certainly overpower 180, 200 pounds.
Not including the 9
In your training
bottles of
education
detergent that
experience
they
with
found in the trunk.
biomechanics, do you have an opinion as to whether or not shooting the driver of a vehicle would stop the vehicle?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
Yeah, if the vehicle's in motion and you shoot the driver or the operator of the vehicle, that vehicle will not stop unless some other force acts on it.
And that's a scientific opinion.
Yes.
Now, were you also asked to address how Officer Grubb sustained the wounds that were documented on him after the shooting incident?
Yes.
And again, did you use photographs and video to answer that question?
I did.
Can you show us what you used to answer that specific question?
We'll make the same objection as we did in public.
I'll note your objection.
Well, let me ask you this. What about your specific background in biomechanics and human performance allows you to study this question and give us an answer?
Yeah. First of all, the field of biomechanics is the study of anatomy and physiology plus engineering and physics. So starting very early on in college, and actually well before that in high school, I was a ski instructor and an inline skating instructor and a snowboard instructor.
Wow.
Basic first aid, and you study wounds, wound types, how to heal, how to treat wounds. So my exposure to treating and observing and identifying wounds starts when I was 14 as a ski instructor, and then as an athletic trainer in high school. But in college, you get more exposure to anatomy and physiology, and specifically looking at injuries and looking at forces that cause injuries. And then in my 25 years in this work consulting in human injuries, I have unfortunately seen 100 plus autopsy photos.
This makes him an
wounds
expert.
that are described by forensic pathologists, from bullet wounds to edge wounds. So
We're getting closer to the purple wig
Note
again.
your objection, but ask another question.
You were talking about your experience in college and what other experience you have in asking the question as to how wounds might have been caused.
Yeah, primarily from my academic background, and then looking at my 25 years in this field and investigating case after case after case, looking in the forensic pathology literature, looking at the peer-reviewed literature to understand what specific wounds are created with what specific mechanisms.
So did you observe in photographs that Officer Grubb had injuries to his arms?
Yes.
And did you look to any specific evidence to answer the question as to how those injuries would have been caused?
I did.
Can you share that with us?
Yes, I looked at, again, the objective video evidence in this case. I looked at the photographs first to identify the wounds that were being claimed, and I believe it was just the left arm.
I saw what you said.
And then reviewed his body-worn camera footage, reviewed Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage, looking for the occasion where those wounds may have been created.
And so, what are we seeing here? There are 5 images. Are the top 2 still images from a video?
Yes.
What do we see?
Yes, on the left, we see a screenshot from Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera footage. And on the right, we see a screen capture from Officer Grubb's body-worn camera footage. And this is the moment that Officer Grubb breaks out the driver's side window. And we can see his arm going directly into broken glass. So this is a very clear case of what caused the injuries to his left arm, because we see this very portion of his arm and his left hand breaking through the glass.
So do you have an opinion in your training and experience to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the cause of the wounds
Objection, Your Honor.
Let her finish the question.
to Officer
That's
Grubb's
fair.
arms and hands?
Objection. May we approach?
You may,
I'm sorry. Would you like to do it?
if you want to approach.
I'm sorry, would you like to rule, Judge, or do you want me to come up there and give you hell for like the 12th time today? I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying.
You may answer
Oh,
if you know the question.
I might need that question again. I'm sorry.
The question was, in your training experience, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the cause of the injuries to Officer Grubb's arms?
Yes.
And what is it?
It was at the moment that he broke out the driver's side window.
Now, moving on to injuries observable to the legs of Officer Connor Grubb, did you also examine video and photographs to answer the question of how those might have been caused?
I did.
And that was one of the questions that was posed to you,
Correct.
correct? So show us what you looked at. We need to hook your screen back up to answer that question.
Yeah, I received photographs of Officer Grubb. We have on the terrible way to describe it. On the upper left, we have his right leg. On the upper right, we have the right knee and just below his right knee. On the lower left, we have his left leg. And on the lower right, we have a close-up version of his left kind of upper shin area. So if we look closer, and it's always in injury biomechanics, we always say that the injuries serve as a signature to the event that caused it. So the injury is a fingerprint as to what happened. And there are 2 different types of wounds to his right knee here that I'm going to zoom in on here. There's one, come on close to his kneecap. And this is a laceration. So there's a skin tag. So it's a little skin flap where we see sort of a teardrop shape here, where it's open on the left side. And then it's connected where my mouse is going right now. So that indicates that something sharp
Objection.
cut it and hit it from, sorry.
I'll note your objection.
And basically, this is his right knee, so it comes from right to left to basically tear that section of skin.
Again, objection, Your Honor.
You want to approach?
I mean, no, I'd like you to just rule on it. I really haven't even written anything down for this guy. Like, It's pretty much the same thing as yesterday. I do have a bias, so I'm trying to be careful about how I say how I feel. But I just don't think he's hitting. You know what I'm saying?
Continue. You were discussing this particular wound on the knee area.
Yeah, so I had just described my review and observations regarding this upper wound as being something that was cut and moving essentially from right to left. And then there's a lower wound just on the front of the tibia, so front of the top of the shin. And this is more consistent. This is a different type of wound. So this is more of a
Anatomy
pressure
test.
friction type of abrasion wound. And we can actually see with the dry skin that's at the bottom here that the skin was pushed from up here to down here. So it's basically, if someone were to kneel and move forward, that's what's going to cause this type of on concrete, so or something that has some high texture or friction. So
Did you then compare these photographs with any objective evidence being the video?
yes,
And what was that?
yeah, there were two potential interactions with Officer Grubb's right knee and a surface in this matter, and the two were either the front bumper of the vehicle, the Lexus, or the repeated times that we see him kneeling while treating Miss Young after the incident.
And did you also observe when watching the body cameras of Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Grubb a point where Officer Grubb fell to the ground near the Lexus?
Yes.
So with respect, you brought up the Lexus and the front of it. What information did you have to have an opinion as to whether or not the injuries that we observe in Connor Grubb came from the bumper of that Lexus or the front of the Lexus?
Yeah, we have photographs of the Lexus that were taken after the incident. And then I have the ability, like any accident reconstructionist, to just look at photos of an exemplar 2008 Lexus ES front bumper just to understand the anatomy of that bumper and determine if there's any feature of that bumper that could produce injuries that we're observing here on the knee.
So we talked about the right leg. Can you show us before we talk about the front of the Lexus, the left leg injuries that were observed in the photographs?
Yeah, so here's the left leg. So now we're looking just below the knee here. And then we have two separate little punctate type abrasions. And again, this lower one here is more like a flap that is intact up here. This upper wound, we don't really get to see the details of it because of the blood here, but they're very small punctate, meaning more like little punctures, which would be consistent with, again, that falling in the area where the glass had been broken out.
And with respect to your examination of the front of the specific Lexus in this case and your knowledge of that make and model, is there anything on the front of that bumper area, the front of the Lexus, that in your opinion would be the cause of these injuries?
No.
And what are you basing that opinion on?
My review of photographs of this specific Lexus in this incident and in general of an exemplar 2008 Lexus ES.
Any cross-examination?
I proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm surprised they're not going to lunch.
It's set up here for a second. may proceed, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We met before, right, Dr. Bauer?
You did.
Thank you for being here, and I appreciate that. I just have a series of questions. Most of them are going to be conceptual, and I'd ask you to focus on the question, just answer the question, if that's okay, all right?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to clear up a couple things. You submitted your first report, I believe, in August of 2025, correct?
I believe so,
Do you
yes.
have a copy of your report there?
I could pull it up on my laptop. I don't have a paper copy.
Would you prefer a paper copy? I have one.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
I guess I should mark it for identification purposes only, correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
This will be X, and it's X. And for the record, may I approach you with this?
Okay.
I'm handing witness Dr. Bauer a copy. Could you take a look at that, please? X.
Okay.
And you also submitted another report, and I'll call this Y. No, wait,
I think you've already used Y.
your ST. This is a copy of the November.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
got it.
And basically they're the same.
You want us to make a copy of that?
No, they're the same, correct?
No, it's okay. I'm a
you prepared the
professional, sir.
report Based on the prosecutor's engagement, correct? On August, by August.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by they're the same.
I'll get there.
Do
When
we
were you
need to
retained?
sound it out?
I don't recall specifically.
You believe it was 2025?
I believe so, yes.
And what the prosecutor asked you a few times about retained. What is your fee in a case like this?
Yeah, I typically have a $4,000 retainer, and then I bill at
Deal.
$400 an hour.
$400 an hour. And how many hours have you
It's
put in
actually
so far
pretty
in this
low.
case?
I don't know the number of hours I've billed to this.
Have you put bills in on this case?
I have.
What were the bills that you put in so far?
I don't know. I would have produced them or they should have been produced, but I don't have the numbers on the top of my head.
So you took time, you spent hours, and you get paid, and you should get paid for your work, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
So when you got the materials and you signed a fee engagement, correct?
I did.
$400 an hour, an initial of $4,500, right?
No, 4,000.
4,000 plus travel expenses, correct?
Correct.
Plus food and hotels, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you've submitted bills to be paid, and you don't know what those bills are?
Someone needs to
No.
FOIA.
Study the bills before coming to trial today.
Okay. Is it fair you put at least 10 hours of work into this case?
Yes.
How about 20 hours?
Yes, I would say at least 20 hours.
30 hours?
Hmm.
Including today and including getting here last night, working with the prosecutors and all the phone calls and all the back and forths.
Maybe.
So let's say 40 hours, right?
No.
Okay, 30 hours times $400 an hour is what, sir?
$12,000.
Plus travel expenses, correct? Plus your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you charge a different rate for in-court.
Yes, I do.
And what do you charge for in-court?
$600 an hour.
Okay, so you charge from the time you get to the courthouse, right?
Not typically. I charge for the time I'm sitting right here.
Okay, so far that's another $1,200, correct?
Yes.
Now, you submitted an initial report on August the 1st, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We had testimony on September the 30th of 2025. You appeared by Zoom.
Correct.
Then you submitted a supplemental report on October 23rd, 1 week before we started the trial, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then you submitted another full report that I showed you on August the 11th, correct? Excuse me, November the 11th, 2025.
I believe there was, yes, another report with just a word change.
A word change. And that's what I meant, sir. The November 11th report is basically the same as your August 1st report, except for some typos and stuff like that.
Correct,
And
yes.
you take pride and you want it to be correct and you want things to be corrected, correct?
Of course.
Absolutely. And you spent time to prepare this report and you put effort into it and you're a professional and you give opinions and so you want it to be correct, right?
Yes.
So in your first report, sir, on August 1st report. Could you go to page 4 of that? May I have the Elmo, please? You're taking a look at that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on that, that's your first report, and those are your words and your typing, right?
Correct.
You got an arrow to a parking spot there, right?
I do.
That's the wrong parking spot, correct?
Very true.
Very true. And you're an expert getting paid that kind of money, and you've got an arrow to the wrong spot. You chose to put it there, correct?
I did. I put it in the area that was marked with the cones.
No, sir, you put it in an area that's wrong based on, when you compiled that, you had watched the videos, you see the photographs, you did everything, and you put it in the wrong spot.
I did.
You are 100% wrong, correct?
Well, it is a parking space. It's not the parking space where the Lexus was located at the time.
Let me read the caption underneath. Photographs showing the parking space where Takaya was confronted before the incident, the location. So that's your writing, right?
True, and that photo does show the parking space where she was confronted. I mislabeled
Okay.
the actual parking space where she
So
was.
the arrow doesn't show it.
Correct.
Okay. So you like to use the term parking space in general. You think that the narrative goes to the parking space and not the arrow.
I guess in this
Well,
illustration and for my analysis, it doesn't matter.
in your analysis, it doesn't matter. You had a chance, however, to review that and correct it, right?
Correct.
And you sent another report on Tuesday, dated Tuesday, November the 11th, correct?
Correct.
I'll hand you Defendant's Exhibit W. Go to page 4, sir. You find this funny?
No, I just know where you're going with this, and I didn't correct the label.
So you reviewed that though to correct spellings and make sure everything, you knew you were testifying, right?
I did know. I
And the
was
prosecutor
testifying.
told you about stuff that was going on and you had testified before, right? Under oath, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't change it, right?
I didn't change it. I was changing the camera label, and I did note in my supplemental report the mislabeling of the parking lot. So I acknowledged that in my supplemental
Can you
report.
pull up your slides, please?
This is going to be a straight up assault. I'm just like,
I
warning,
believe it's
warning,
slide 13.
warning.
If you go to it, you had that exact picture of the drone. Did you find the picture of the drone? So sometime between November the 11th, when you sent us another report, till this morning, you changed the label, correct?
Correct.
On that, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You can put that. And you don't remember when you were retained?
I don't.
Okay. And you've never been trained in any use of force aspect as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in a criminal trial involving a use of force, correct?
Correct.
Now, you remember we spoke before under oath, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there, and if you remember, fine. If not, I'll get it for you. You remember telling me, yes, I'm not speaking to use of force in this matter. That's not why you're here.
True.
And you would agree that your testimony is about what you observed, correct?
Correct.
How many times do you think you've watched those videos?
Depends on what you call watching videos.
In order to prepare your report, in order to prepare for testifying today, how many times have you watched the videos?
I would say 20 to 30, but it really depends on how much time is spent watching them and going back and forth.
And you go back and forth, right?
Yes.
And you go slower back and slower forward, correct? And so you take time and you're in a controlled setting, right? Looking at that, your office or home office or something like that, correct?
Correct.
And you pay attention to the frame by frame aspects, correct?
Yes.
That's not what Connor Grubb observes, is it?
No.
He doesn't have that time, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely zero. So your analysis is in a controlled setting, time, looking at it, 20, 30 times and looking at pictures, correct?
Yes.
You couldn't complete your analysis in 5 seconds, could you?
No.
You couldn't complete it in 1.66 seconds, could you?
No.
Now, we also spoke before under oath, and you remember saying the statement, I'm not saying he didn't have a subjective belief that he was going to be run over. You remember saying that?
I believe that sounds consistent with something I would say.
Okay. If you'd like to see the transcript, I'll give it to you. I assure you those are your words. Okay. And you also had Connor Grubb's statement, correct?
Yes.
And in his statement, he tells you what his subjective belief is, right? He thought he was going to get run over,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you're not saying that that wasn't in his mind, right? Now, you talked a little bit about the videos and the difference. My understanding is, and please go slow with me because I'm not very good at this in terms of the photography and stuff. The Kroger videos are basically at 15 frames per minute or per second.
You got it.
Body worn cameras at 30 frames per second.
Correct.
So it's the difference is the Kroger videos, something might be missing in those difference between the 15 slides per second.
It's every other frame, so twice as many frames in the body worn camera.
And in your timeline that you did for the prosecution in your report, you indicate that there's a period of time to respond of 1.53 seconds based on a certain situation, correct?
I'd have to look and see what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's on page 17 of your, or excuse me, page 15, item 17 at the bottom. And I'm just using this as an example.
Okay.
Do you see where you use 1.53 seconds?
Yes, but how did you represent that?
I'm just saying you chose a time of 1.53 seconds, whatever it delineates, right?
Yes.
Whatever it shows.
Yes.
So in the Kroger videos, the 1.53 seconds, the difference between that and the body worn cameras is twice as many slides for the body worn cameras as the Kroger, if both cameras are capturing that same 1.53 seconds.
True.
So if you take 1.53 and you multiply it times the difference, right, double. So if there's 23 slides in 1.53 seconds from Kroger, there would be 46 frames from the body worn camera video, correct?
Yes.
So the Kroger frames are missing basically half in that span of time frame, just as an example.
Yes.
You would agree with me? Okay.
Yep.
Now, are you aware, sir, that there was not a laser scan done of the parking spot that you misidentified of where this happened?
Yeah, I didn't see a laser scan performed in that area.
Laser scans are important to you because it helps you get to more exact details and things of that nature because of differences between photographs and cameras and stuff like that, correct?
Laser scans can be important, yes.
Okay. And so you realize, and I'm not sure if the prosecutors told you, but the reason Dr. DeNewland did an animation is because there was no laser scan. And he was trying to represent what might be shown. He wasn't saying that's exactly what was happened, but if you had a laser scan from there, you would be able to make a precise animation, so to speak. Would you agree with that concept?
Hmm.
And all the other things put into play as well. But that's what they do with laser scans, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I do that with laser scans, but the
My
laser
dog
scans can happen after the fact. and
Doesn't realize I'm over
depending
here
on
and
what
he's deaf.
features
I'll
you're
be
using
right
to
back.
match, oftentimes I will go do laser scans on a case that happened 2 years ago and make it work. So
Absolutely. And just because you didn't do an initial laser scan that time at that place, you can do a laser scan down the road after the fact, and it's still pretty good as long as you can sync things up with cameras, audios, and stuff like that to do the positioning, correct?
yeah, you don't sync the laser scans with cameras, but just the geometry. And that's something that Dr. DeMalone could have done himself.
Right. And to put the vehicle back in that parking spot, they could have then ran a laser scan and with all the measurements and things like that, correct?
They could have, but they would have to basically do the analysis to make sure they're putting the vehicle back in the exact spot that it,
Or as close as possible, right?
well, you want it exact. So that's why going after the fact and using the video evidence combined with laser scans that can be taken anytime, as long as the building hasn't moved, as long as
Absolutely.
trees.
But here the car had moved from the original spot.
Yeah, so there's no getting a laser scan of that area or putting the car back into that parking spot to do a laser scan would be creating new evidence, because you don't guarantee that that vehicle's going back to the exact spot that it was.
Absolutely. But taking a laser scan of a car parked up against a Kroger wall where the shot didn't happen, that's creating new evidence as well, correct?
It's documenting the evidence of the incident and arrest position of the vehicle. So it's truly preserving the scene for all of us to be able to look at.
Pictures, just like videotapes and everything like that.
Yes.
Now, when we talked before, you agreed with me that during this, the videos that you showed, that at some point, both of Connor Grubb's feet came off the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you swore an oath of that. And also you indicated that both his feet were off the ground while he fired the shot before he slid off the vehicle.
Yes, we pointed out that at that moment that both feet are off the ground is the same time that it's essentially a jump plus a push off with his arm to shoot.
Okay. But again, you agreed with me under oath that both his feet were off the ground at some point.
Yes.
And you read his statement where he indicated both of my feet were off the ground.
Yes, and that was stated, though, applying to before he fired the shot.
I didn't ask when it was applied. I'm saying Connor Grubb indicated in his statement that as I fired, both feet were off the ground.
I don't recall if that's what he specifically said.
But you understand the concept that both his feet were off the ground, correct?
At some point, yes.
Mamma mia, I'm sore.
May I approach the witness room? I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66 prior. I just have 66 in here. This is, the government put this in evidence. That's the statement, correct?
Yes,
Right. There was also follow-up questions that were part of that too. We'll get to that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you read those, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that in that paragraph on page 3, suddenly my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car. My body was being carried as she continued accelerating. Okay, that was in his statement, correct?
Yes.
And that matches, you indicated, yes, at some point, both his feet were off the ground, correct?
Yes. Both his feet were off the ground at some point, but I wouldn't agree that he was being carried or that his waist was. So I just want to clarify based on what you asked me, what you had just read to me.
We were focusing on the feet, whether or not they're off the ground. And in terms of, in that situation, when someone's in front of the vehicle and there's movement, whether they're carried or whether they're, you say, pacing alongside or stepping alongside, a person could trip, correct?
True.
A person could fall backwards, correct?
Yes.
And at whatever rate, 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, that car, that 3,600-pound car can cause a broken foot, a broken toe, a broken leg, all sorts of things. You got caught underneath, right?
Yes.
And so there is no doubt that that car in moving could be cause a serious physical injury. Whether you're on top, whether you're next to it, whether you're in front of it, whether you're underneath it, correct? There's a potential risk of that.
Not if you're next to it, but the others, yes.
Bad attitude by myself. Okay, on your report, sir, If you'll go to that, the exact page for you. So the first thing the prosecutor asked you about, you indicated that the things on his knees or shins might have come from him kneeling on the ground, correct?
Correct.
If you would go to page 19, figure 12. Can I have the elbow, please? Now, that's a picture there of him kneeling on the ground, correct?
Yes.
You don't see any glass in that area, do you?
No.
And you don't see any glass at all. And when you break a window, okay, the dynamics, or whatever you want to call it, physics, in that situation, the window goes inside, correct? The damaged glass.
Not all of it.
Not all of it, but most of it. I mean, you hit this way, most of it's going to go in that way, correct?
It depends on the type of window and the motion that's coming back out when you remove your arm. And we see a lot of glass on the ground in his footage.
You use that slide to indicate that he was kneeling on his right knee, and he may have got those abrasions, or what you call them, while he was kneeling on the ground.
The bottom one, the one that's on his shin, not the cut that's on his knee.
Right. But, so on the shins, you think he may have got that from kneeling there, even though there's no glass there or anything like that, correct?
True. And we see him kneel multiple times. So this isn't just a one-off.
Who do you think knelt more, he or Sergeant Moynihan, based on the review?
I don't know.
Do you know how many times Sergeant Moynihan knelt?
No.
Is it fair to say that Sergeant Moynihan did the majority of the life-saving measures, and you would be required to kneel in order to do that versus my client?
I don't, again, know how much he kneeled or whether his mechanics were the same. I would expect the more up and down you do, the more exposure the more basically standing to kneeling, the more exposure you would have to causing these abrasions versus just sitting there on your knees
So
performing.
if you were to go back and watch, you'd be able to determine how many times Sergeant Moynihan was kneeling, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Now, one of the pictures that you dealt with regarding this situation, were you able to review pictures of Sergeant Moynihan as well as Connor Grubb after the fact? I think you talked about their body-worn camera, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May-
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit J and K. May I approach the witness?
may-
If you'll take a look at these.
Thank you.
And you've reviewed these before, correct?
Yes.
And that's a fair and accurate copy of yours.
Yes.
May I have the elmo, please? It's on. All right, that's a picture of Connor Grubb, correct?
Correct.
On Defendant's Exhibit J. Lower right is blood, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't see any ripping or tearing of the pants there, correct?
Correct.
Page 2 of that exhibit is in fact a closer shot of that. You see the blood, correct?
Yes.
See the blood on the other aspect of his left knee, correct?
I do.
Okay. Now, Defendant's Exhibit K, that's a picture of Sergeant Moynihan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You see the blood on Sergeant Moynihan's right knee there?
Not, fortunately not because of the light and the glare we have on there. I don't see it.
lights down.
Page 2, maybe that helps a little bit. No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's a little too dark.
You put the light back.
Unfortunately, I don't see it in that.
May I approach?
Thank you. Yes,
You see blood on there and then closer to that.
I do.
Kind of the same spots as Connor Grubb, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that Sergeant Moynihan was interviewed by a fire technician, a paramedic, and asked if he had any injuries to his shin,
Bases.
What? Why?
Rephrase it then.
Would it shock you, or wouldn't you expect Sergeant Moynihan to have the same type of injuries from kneeling in the glass area and the whole area that Connor Grubb would?
No,
Because just,
I don't know what his mechanics were, and I don't know what he would call an injury, if he would call an abrasion an injury. And they could have different tolerances in their skin in general, so they're
you
different.
realize that he was asked if he had any abrasions or injuries like that by a paramedic who's trained in injuries.
I don't recall.
He did, and he said, I don't have any. Connor Grubb was asked the same thing, and he showed his injuries. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes,
Sergeant Moynihan wasn't contacted or hit or struck or whatever you want to call it by a car, correct?
correct.
Connor Grubb was, correct?
There's question to that actually, because he's actively stepping with the vehicle. There's no actual objective evidence that shows his shins get hit by the vehicle.
Sir, you point blank, the last time we had a hearing under oath said, yes, there was contact by the car to him.
Right.
So are you saying that did the car come into contact with Connor Grubb or not, Dr. Bauer?
Yes, but we're specifically talking about his
It's a yes or
knees
no
and
question,
shins.
sir. It's a
Don't
yes-
speak over each other.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
May I ask that again, please?
You swore under oath at a prior time that yes, the car came into contact with Connor Grubb's lower extremities.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned on direct to the prosecutor about a fall that my client took, that maybe the injuries were from a fall, correct?
Correct.
May we have the Ms. Stevens's? And you watched his body worn camera with regards to whether or not he fell, and you watched Sergeant Moynihan's body worn camera to whether or not he fell, correct?
Correct.
And watch this video, sir, doctor, and tell me if you ever, tell me what you see. First, you'll see his hands hit the ground. One second.
They're going to turn off.
You see his hands. hit
They're
the
not
ground,
going to
right?
let us watch this.
Correct.
His knees or shins didn't hit the ground, right?
Well, we don't capture it on the video footage for sure, but he's pushing himself up when we see his hands on the ground.
Can you back it up, Ms. Stevens? You're saying he's flat on the ground, pushing himself up? At what point do you see his knees or anything touching the ground, sir?
We don't. That's what I just said.
You don't, and if you'll keep letting it run, Ms. Stevens? So when you talk about a fall, you're creating that fall. You didn't see him fall to the ground. The video shows that his hands hit the ground, not his knees or shins.
That's a fall. We see him fall. He have to brace himself with his hands.
Here we go with the wordplay. You testified on direct that the injuries to the knee were probably from the fall that he took landing on his knee, correct?
Correct.
You just saw video evidence that you're an expert in, that you do all the time, and you're an expert photography and certified in this. He never touches the ground with his knees, correct?
That is not correct. We don't see it in the video footage, but based on his mechanics of getting up, there's certainly that capability. But also, there's nothing.
It's a yes or no question. Do you see his knees or anything on the ground there?
I already answered that question to say no. The video footage does not actually capture his knees on the ground.
Correct. But you somehow tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, oh yeah, he got those injuries when he fell on the ground. You make it up. You don't have any visual evidence to support that claim, correct, Dr. Bauer?
That's not correct.
What video evidence do you have that his knees or shins touch the ground?
That we know he's getting up from a fall, and that those
No, he fell on his hands, sir, from that video.
wounds aren't consistent with anything that's on the front bumper of the Lexus.
Hypothetically, If you only had video evidence that showed he was on the ground, but we do have video evidence that shows there was contact between a 3,600-pound car and his lower body, correct?
We have evidence that he interacted with the Lexus.
That's assault.
Now it's interactive. So you want these, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all the videos that they've seen in this case, to believe that the car didn't hit my client. Is that what you're trying to tell these ladies and gentlemen of the jury right now, doctor, as an opinion person?
I didn't say that.
Okay, you just implied that because you used the term interactive. We interact verbally, right?
True.
You don't
Don't worry,
interact
it's still
physically,
on
do
you.
you?
I would disagree with that.
You're welcome to it. You keep using the term in your report, perceived threat, right?
I believe so, yes.
You use it multiple times, right?
I believe so.
I'll give you a specific. Page 14, number 16. At the bottom, talk about how a perceived threat starts and ends. You remember?
This is
Oh, yes.
absolutely bonkers.
You realize in use of force situations that a perceived threat can turn into an actual threat, right?
Yes.
A perceived threat might.
Objection. Can we approach?
He was like, I really like him. I really like him. I like it a lot. I'm just trying to figure out which one would be better. That works for this moment. I need to share this on Facebook. If you guys could, please make sure to like this stream.
May proceed, Brandon.
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Bauer, if I'm standing here with a knife at you, that could be a perceived threat, right?
Yeah.
If I charge forward towards you with a knife, that's an actual threat. You would agree?
Yes.
Someone with a gun here, that's a perceived threat. Drop the gun, drop the gun. If they raise the gun, that's an actual threat, correct?
He wouldn't know.
I
He
necessarily agree with what you're calling a perceived
lives
threat,
in.
especially in a, I
Never
live in
mind.
a state, or if there's an open carry and someone has a gun, is it a perceived threat that they just have a gun?
If the gun is raised towards someone, that's a perceived actual threat, correct?
Right.
A stationary car is not an actual threat, right?
Correct.
A car moving, as you indicated on direct, that the car moved towards Connor Grubb, correct?
Yes.
A car coming towards someone is no longer not a threat or perceived threat. It can be an actual threat, correct, sir?
True.
When his hand is on the hood, the first time it's placed on the hood based on your video analysis, correct? There's a time when Connor Grubb places his hand on the hood.
Correct.
Subsequently, you said there's more load or force that's pushed down and you see the hood go indentation, correct?
Yes.
Showing that there's some kind of force on the hood or load being managed, correct?
True.
Okay. So in that situation, you agree that the shot is fired while his left hand is using load in the center of the hood.
Yes.
And the weapon is over here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so he's not on the right side of the thing. His left hand body is in the center of the hood, correct?
No, he's definitely on the side of the vehicle.
The question is his left hand on the center of the hood depressing it?
The left hand is depressing the hood, yes.
In the center.
I don't know if it's the geographic center of the hood, but certainly in the body of the hood.
Close to the center, correct?
I would have to take a look.
Well, it's in your report if you'd like to take a look. You put it up on the screen a bunch of times.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screenshot when we see the bullet strike, and the scene does not look to be in the center of the hood.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe we're here. I literally can't.
Have the elbow, please. what you just testified to was you don't think that that hand is near the center of the hood. Take your time now. I don't want you to do it in 5 seconds or 1.6. Take your time. Where's the hand, sir?
It's on the hood. From this view, we can't tell. And I guess, what do you mean by the center of the hood? Along the center line?
Sir, is it
Line of the
on the
hood.
left
Do
side?
not speak over each other.
Watch the pen. Is it on the left side of the hood?
Again, I would want to review the video footage.
Because you have the luxury of re-reviewing the video footage, right? But when you look at this picture, it's not on the left side of the hood. It's not on the right side of the hood. It's near the center of the hood. You can answer the question truthfully. You don't have to review it. It takes common sense to look at that, right?
I don't agree with you. Actually, in image analysis, where you have perspective distortion from a fisheye video
Now it's
camera.
image analysis. Now,
I'll sustain that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Say you're from an anti-police state without
You don't have
saying you're
PhD in
from
engineering,
an
correct?
anti-police
True.
state.
The body-worn camera, as you said, is placed at a lower eye spot than his eyes, correct?
True.
You
Little
analyzed
white man, come
everything
here.
after the fact to look at objective movements, correct?
True.
And you realize that Connor Grubb never saw the video or heard anything before giving his statement, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. He didn't get to see all these things and analyze the pictures and stuff before he gave a statement. He gave a statement beforehand based on what he remembered, correct?
Voluntarily as well.
Before watching the video. Then he was given the opportunity to watch the video and listen to the video, right?
I believe so.
In your report, you indicate that you didn't hear any screeching of the tires or anything like that, right?
True. I believe that's true.
Now, the lead case agent, Special Agent Douglas, testified that after he reviewed it multiple times, he heard a tire screech. Are you saying he is incorrect or lying?
I love cross-examination.
I believe just incorrect.
Okay. My client had a
Okay.
chance to listen to it, and the second part of his statement says, after reviewing the body-worn cameras and listening to it, I realized I didn't hear the squealing of the tire. Do you think he's incorrect as well?
All right. He stated that he did not hear the squealing of the tire.
He gave a statement. Right, you with me? Then they had him review the body-worn camera stuff. He said, I've had the chance to review it. I realized I didn't hear the tire squeaking. I didn't hear it, but I hear it on the audio. Is he lying?
I'm just looking at my report on that section here.
You don't have to look at reports, sir. I'm letting you know. My point is, the lead case agent they put on the stand testified the other day that he heard the screeching of the tires or swinging of the tires, however you want to categorize it. My client heard that. All I'm asking you is, you were saying it, you didn't hear that.
Correct. They are audio signals that are different than tire squeaks and could have a different, very different explanation.
So it's interactions, audio signals. A couple more things and I'll be done, Your Honor. And when you reviewed my client's statement, and especially the question and answers that went to him, you knew why he took the position he did, correct?
What do you mean, the position?
Let's just sustain that.
Use of force, he's not a use of force. He can read. One of your conclusions.
What was the
He
question
can
again?
read.
Yes,
The question is, based on my client's statement and the answers that he gave, his words told you why he took a position in front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had an issue of why, placing him in front of the vehicle. He told you those words, correct?
What do you, I guess I don't understand what you say you had an issue. What do you mean by that?
No one's disputing that he placed himself in front of the vehicle, okay? You were able to read why he placed himself in the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? And nowhere in his statement, sir, does it say that he saw a turn signal, correct?
True.
And based on where the body worn camera is and him leaning on the hood, it may be difficult to see the blinker over there, right?
Agreed.
And if I told you that in the history of the BCI investigative packet here, not one person sees a turn signal, but you were able to slow it down and coordinate it and show that a turn signal's on there, correct?
I don't follow the correct, I saw it, yes, but I don't follow anything you said before that.
We thank you for that. But my point is, based on Connor Grubb's positioning and with a fisheye lens, the eyes are going to see something different than what the body camera shows, depending on where your head is and where your attention's at.
The eyes will see something different, yes. The eyes will see something different, actually have a wider field of view than the cameras do, but
And the machine doesn't have to interpret what it's seeing, right? It just records it.
true,
The brain and the mind has to interpret it.
yes.
Dr. Bauer, that's all the questions I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Hey, come here.
Dr. Dar, we'll start with the fall. After the window was broken out. In addition to the body-worn camera of Officer Grubb and Sergeant Moynihan, did you not also have the statement of Connor Grubb himself about falling to the ground?
I did.
Yeah, this is State Exhibit 66, a type statement of Connor Grubb, page 4. In the top paragraph is Connor Grubb describing attempts to break out of the driver's side window. At the top.
Okay.
Okay, then what does he say starting with here?
I walked around the pillar and tried to get her out of the car. However, her foot was still on the gas pedal, and as I attempted to get her out, the car started moving forward again, and I fell to the ground.
So you have the defendant's own words that he fell to the ground at the time the window was being broken?
Yes,
And is there objective evidence when you watch the body-worn cameras of both Moynihan and Grubb that Connor Grubb fell to the ground at the time that this window had been broken?
yes.
Now, you're asking a lot of questions about getting paid. Are you familiar with Dr. Jeffrey Desmoulins?
Yes,
And would you expect that he's also getting paid for his work?
yes.
Yeah, no one disputes that.
And you made a comment about when you were asked about this scan, why it wasn't done at the original spot. You made a comment that you believe Dr. Desmoulins could have done that. Why would you say that?
Yeah, because if you're doing this, the whole point, if you want to try to recreate something and actually determine the accurate position of a person in a space, we go through this process called camera matching with photogrammetry. So it's the same process people do to incorporate CG into movies. So you have to be able to know what the geometry is of the area and compare that to the video footage of the area to create a virtual camera that matches the actual point of view of the real camera. And as long as big static features stay the same, so as long as there's a building that we see in the security camera footage is still there, and as long as maybe a few trees are still there to use as landmarks, I could go there with my laser scanner today and scan that geometry and perform that analysis. Dr. Desmoulins could do the same thing with a laser scanner and perform that same analysis. So it didn't need to be, it's not something that would have been needed to be done that day or that night even.
But in this case, was it necessary for you to have a first scan to examine the movements of Officer Grubb?
No,
Why not?
because we have video, very clear video evidence of that.
Now, we were also asked about the timing of your reports, and I want to ask about, you wrote an initial report,
Yes,
and then upon receiving a report written by Dr. DeMolden, did you then issue a supplement report in response to his report?
yes,
And in that October report, did you note that you had made an error in the report about the parking spot?
I did.
And so then, getting ready to come to court, did you correct the errors typographically, changing parking lot camera to, it was front entrance camera to parking lot camera?
Yes,
And did you fail to update one of your figures?
I did.
And did you make it correct before you testified before this jury?
Yes.
Did any of that change your conclusion?
No.
And when you identified front entrance video in your original report, did you specifically list that Bosch file name?
Yes,
And in fact, that was to the parking lot video.
correct.
So you correctly identified the file name, but did you incorrectly identify parking lot versus front entrance?
Yes,
Okay, but you fixed that in your supplement in October as well as your November 11th report.
I did.
And you were asked about whether or not both feet were off the ground, but in what sequence are you referencing when you agreed to that?
Yeah, right at the sequence that's just before the shot. So right as we observe Officer Grubb coming around the driver's side front corner and firing the shot.
Was his torso on the front of the car at that time?
At that time, he actually pushes off with his left arm.
And what's the sequence of pushing off with the front with his hand versus the feet coming off the ground?
Same.
And is that different than the steps you described to us?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me then, when you're talking about feet off the ground, specifically the sequence of that.
Sorry, guys, my
Yeah,
eyes
so
are
the feet,
dry.
both feet off the ground are observed again after. So we see him stepping, keeping pace with the vehicle, and then we see a push with his arm. Both feet come off the ground at the same time that the shot happens, as he's now coming off the driver's side of the vehicle.
But that's after he had stepped forward and placed his left hand on the hood of the car.
Correct.
You're also asked about page 15 of your report. May I approach the witness again?
You
Your
may.
Honor? Okay, this is page 15. You have it in front of you.
I do.
And you were asked about one of the times in this chart that you listed. And I want to explain, when you're asked about 1.533, I don't think there was a context to make that an understandable time. So where does the number that Mr. Collins asked you about, the 1.533, give us the context of that?
Yeah, that was the time that elapsed from the time I observed the gun being aimed at Ms. Young to the time the gun was fired.
That's when
not
she
the
started the
first
car.
time that you list in a chart on page 15, is it?
Correct.
So what timing did you start from?
So I started,
I'll check it's outside the cross. The 1.53 was just a number to a math question.
Overruled.
yeah, I started with the indication, the turn signal being active. So the first sign seeing the blinker, basically.
And then you listed other observable incidents, and you could take the time in between those observable incidents.
Yes.
So just to make clear, what was the 1.533 you were asked about?
So that was again the time from I observed the gun being aimed at Ms. Young to the time the gun was fired.
But if you go back to the activation of the front turn signal, what is the total time between events to the shooting?
5.13 seconds.
I also wanted to allow you to clarify on page 19 of your report an issue of screeching. I think it's in paragraph 24.
Okay.
Specifically, did you say that you don't hear audible tire screeching?
Everyone else could.
Yes,
Did you go on to say there were sounds that you heard?
yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I wrote that there are 3 sounds recorded on the audio tracks of both body-worn cameras that are short, audible beeps or squeaks, but their cause and origin cannot be determined. And I also looked at the timing between those.
Which was what?
From the first and second sound, there was between those first 2 or 0.4 seconds. Then the time between the second and the third sound was 0.6 seconds.
And in your work, you do accident reconstruction that involves motor vehicles, is that right?
Yes,
And so is screeching something that comes up,
yes.
and what does it mean to you?
Yeah, typically it means friction between the tires and the road and a rapid acceleration.
Oh my God, for real.
And do you dispute that screeching applied to what you observed in the body worn cameras?
Yes,
Why?
because you would observe that in the motion of the vehicle.
And what would the motion of the vehicle have to have been?
You would see in that time frame where those beeps or squeaks are heard, you would see some lurching of the vehicle or rocking.
Beeps,
Do you
squeaks,
see
lurches.
in many of those videos the hard turn to the right of the tires by Takia Young?
Yes,
And in your experience, could that cause a screeching sound? Just the turn?
no,
Did you see the rapid acceleration required for screeching?
no.
I have no further questions.
Thank God.
All right, Dr. Bauer, thank you so much. Just take wherever you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. If you can be back about 1:15, we'll try and get started at 1:30.
All right. Okay. It's not a friggin' 2-hour lunch break. Let's see if they do anything. No, of course they ended it. Okay. So, I can take these off. Sorry, guys. Wow. Where to begin? This witness, let me turn this off. Had previously testified that Connor Grubb was indeed struck by the vehicle. And all I can say about this witness is that he was definitely his own worst enemy. He got in his own way. He could have been an excellent witness for the state based on the amount of, which I think is ridiculous, but the amount of education he has obtained on slip, trips, and falls. Like, whatever people are driven to do in their life. But I hold on. I couldn't agree more. The irony, he just like continuously kept saying things that did not align with previous statements that he had made. And he even did it when there was a redirect and the state was like, did you say it all has to do with him, Officer Grubb, getting hit by the vehicle. I'm sorry, if you watch that video, especially Officer Moynihan's video, I think that's the only video that really shows it. And you do not think that Officer Connor Grubb was struck by the vehicle. I'm not kidding when I say I'm concerned for your eyesight. Like that, you can clear as day see both of his feet lift off the ground, him like this, like, because his legs, his shins are getting swept up under the vehicle. And to imply that he could have, like, take a step back here. He and his partner said over 10 times to get out of the vehicle. She refused. Officer Connor Grubb did not pull out his gun until she started her car so that she could evade police. That's like the constitutional facts here. Like this is undeniable, indisputable evidence. She, without like coming after her character, which is a whole different onslaught. If we're sticking to facts, that's extremely important for you to know. Preceding the next actions. So she puts her car in drive. And one other thing that was mentioned during the trial, the biggest cause of injury for police officers is not guns, it's not knives, it's cars. So to go around and say that he should have moved out of the way, okay, let's talk about that. There was another person on the other side. That person is the employee who ran out of the Kroger's and said she just stole a bunch of alcohol. Officer Connor Grubb knew well enough not to go over there, though, because of crossfire. Nobody knew if she did or did not have a gun. But that's what you are taught when you are becoming an officer. Don't assume things. Like, the only time you end up dead is once you start letting your guard down. So perceive, especially in a situation where you know that this person has just committed a crime. And I found this out last night through my source. The officers were aware that someone had gone to the other Kroger's. I live smack dab in the middle of all three of these Kroger's. Someone had gone to the other Kroger's in Westerville and had stolen alcohol earlier that day. And so there was a like, hey guys, be on the lookout sort of thing. And I'm sure that clicked into their heads as well. Like, oh, this might be our suspect in the earlier robbery. And by robbery, I mean that stealing, because there's nothing to show that. I don't know. The terms of robbery are different in each state. No one was like threatened or held at gunpoint or anything like that. So, anyways, I find it insulting for police everywhere to be lectured by some dude with way too much education on how to litigate slip, trip, and falls. Sorry. I just sound like a rancid bitch right now for saying that. As someone who has a master's degree, I could have gotten my doctorate. But why? Unless I'm becoming an actual doctor, and I'm not. No offense. Sorry, guys. But to insinuate, he should have been looking here, there, this place, not here. He did exactly what his training taught him to do. He did the exact thing that his superiors would have advised him to do in this situation. He had a 3,600-pound missile coming at him, for which had been told to not drive, to get out of their car 10 times. He was standing in front of the vehicle. The vehicle had no plates on it, so they would not have been able to like put out a bolo. And the Kroger's is right off of the highway. That highway leads to 3 other highways. She would have been gone just like that. And I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. I think that the reason I keep telling you guys to share this stream, to like it, to comment, it helps the algorithm so that we can get more eyes on it, because this is not just my community that is going to be affected. I don't care if you live in Portland. Well, Portland is its own thing. If you live in Dallas or New York City, this will affect you, because other cops are going to hear about this if it's not turned into case law, and other cops are going to hesitate when it comes to saving their own lives and protecting themselves and doing what they were taught to do at the academy. People have asked me why this has gone to trial. I have also spoken to people involved in this, and they don't necessarily say what I'm about to say, but people found out that she was pregnant, and that seemed to have been like the catalyst. She didn't even tell her friend she was pregnant, guys. Surprise. There's some information not out there. This was like a secret. She had just found out in the last 7 days before she died. She had gone in for a sonogram. And I know that upset a lot of people. It's an upsetting situation. That is undeniable. And to be upset by it, you are valid in your feelings. It sucks to play hindsight being 2020 games, because, if she had just listened to the police, if she had just complied, none of this would have happened. Now, I received a comment this morning. I have not, I've been live on here. I haven't had a chance to go look for this, but I was told that there was a search, or not a search warrant, an arrest warrant out for um, violating a protection order that her grandmother had against her. This is the same grandmother that is suing Blendon City, or Blendon Township Police Department, Kroger's, and Officer Connor Grubb, in a civil, like, for those of you who know me through Karen Reed, it's essentially what the O'Keefes are going through right now with Karen, or vice versa. But, well, not vice versa. You guys know what I mean. So what else did I want to say about this? What else from last night do I want to say about this? I'm not going to take major issue with him getting paid. As someone who's spending at least 7 hours a day sitting here live streaming, I can tell you that time is money, and the only money I'm making are donations. I'm not sponsored by anyone. I have no qualms with, or problems with, people capitalizing on whatever they're good at in life, as long as it's legal. And I remember there was a witness during the Karen Reed trial, and he had an hourly rate of $1,000. So this guy's 400. Now, granted, this was a actual surgeon, but he is billing us. Oh, hi, thank you, maybe. He is billing the city of Columbus 30 hours of work at a rate of $400 an hour. And that does not include the hotel, the travel, the Uber, the food. I mean, we're not kidding when we're saying that this is going to cost essentially the taxpayers $500,000. Huge W in the chat for maybe. Thank you so much. This is all I'm making, is donations and from you guys. And if you can't donate, I would in turn just ask that you share the stream, whether it be on Facebook, Insta, X, Discord, YouTube, like whatever. Please, let's get more eyes on this, not so I can make money, so that people can find out about this. And so that if you are interested in this, or you know someone who's interested in this, we can continue. And by we, I mean I can continue doing this. And I mean, I need to be able to live. And I know that you guys should understand that. And I do have my other business, which I just reminded myself I had someone say they need to place an order today. Yeah, so this has been crazy. This has been wild. I I can't believe the things that we heard today from this witness. It is my understanding, of course, the camera cut out too soon for us to hear, but it is my understanding that the next witness is going to be the beginning of the defense's case. And jury instructions were either discussed this morning or they're going to be discussed after court today. So, one thing I haven't mentioned is the name of my YouTube channel. Don't search for Lacey Jane. You're welcome. My YouTube channel name is Criminally Confident. So if you type that into the YouTube search bar, that's how you find me. If you aren't already subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. It's free. And I would love for you guys to join me as we continue on through this trial. One of the things that I was told last night, and maybe don't mention what I said to you last night, because I need to keep my source anonymous. But the person that I spoke with was able to share with me that there is a good likelihood that her family will win at least one of the civil lawsuits. And that money is going to come from somewhere. It has to. I don't think that they're going to win against Kroger's, because I don't think Kroger's did anything wrong. I think that the person that ran out to tell the police, I mean, she saw the police there and she was like, that person just stole a whole lot of liquor. And it ended up being over $500 worth of liquor. So I'm hard pressed to believe that anyone is going to be successful in litigation against Kroger's. Yeah, period. I cannot see them winning against the police department based on their use of force policies that I was able to find, and their use of lethal force. And the other thing I've mentioned about 6 times that has me heated still is the fact that they're not allowed to take notes. I just think that is wrong, because there's no way that anyone should be expected to. That's a really good question. Maybe let me message someone. Maybe just asked if there was a GoFundMe for the family. Okay. I asked. I'll let you know what I'm told. What was I saying? The money's got to come from somewhere. And Connor is the breadwinner in the family. So I was talking about taking notes. God forbid I get on a jury where I'm told that I can't take notes. That is not good. That is not a good situation. I know that I'm not the only one. everyone learns differently. I have to write things down in order to remember. And all these people, there are these huge delays between court. Like the first day they came in and then didn't come back to court for 4 days, came to court, and then the next day was a holiday. So if they do have a GoFundMe or something, I will drop the link, absolutely. And I'll even add it to my description, which I need to update for today because I copy and paste every day, and I need to switch. It says that I'm covering day 3 and it's day 4. So that got me worked up yesterday. What else do I want to share that I said I was going to share during lunch? The FOP does not cover the cost for security. And that is important in this case because there have been so many death threats. There have been threats against people testifying who were there physically. There have been threats made on someone that my husband and we don't know this person, like hang out with them, but we're recognizable with one another. And that's all I can say. Who decides that? That's not entirely fair. It's a snap judgment. So that's not fair. If you're talking about taking notes, it's usually up to the judge. So I don't even know if the defense or the state were advocating for people taking notes. I don't know. But if that were me, I'd be screwed. Oh, the person on trial would be screwed because I need to take notes. So yeah, the family has to pay out of pocket for security. There have been a lot of death threats. Riley, stop it, please. A lot of death threats on social media and sent in the mail. There is not a GoFundMe for Connor. I'm actually not surprised. He doesn't strike me as someone that would want to put that out there. And I mean that because he is just a very humble family person. That is his entire world. And everything that I've been told about him it's just so unfortunate this happened to him because he's such a good dude for doing his job. So I can tell I'm starting to so interesting comment maybe. She said he should know that there are people out there who want to help out. They are not paying attention at all to anything that is said. They are scrubbed entirely off the internet. And I think it's for their own sanity. It's what's best for them. Everyone handles these situations differently. And many times defense attorneys will tell you, don't read what's online. Don't read the newspapers. Like, just listen to what we tell you. And I have it. I trust this person that he will know that at least there's this community. This community is here and has shown support this entire time. So I'm very sure of that, and I know he will be extremely grateful when he finds out. But what I was saying before is that I can tell I'm like on E. My gas tank is on E. So I need to jump off of here, stretch my legs, let the puppies out, and have a bite to eat and some water. So I will be back at 1:15. I will make sure to leave words on stream. Isn't that what it's called? On while I'm away. And if you think of any questions that you would like me to ask or answer, I would be happy to do so. And last time I'll say it before leaving for lunch, if you could please share this, like the stream, that would be incredibly, incredibly helpful. So thank you guys. And let's chat at 1:15. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Purper, do you want to go outside? Yeah. My Frenchie is here with me. She has been my emotional support French dog. French dog. And you can play this on your phone, which I know that you guys do because I was told so. And yeah, so enjoy. Thanks. Doing. Oh, hello, hello, hello. I have a Christmas kitten in my lap. Okay. You're okay, maybe. Would you like to say hello, Coco? Just don't bite me. It'll be on the record. Please don't bite me. Do not bite me. Coco, Shamiao, what is wrong? What ails you? My Christmas kitten. Oi, oi, oi. Why do you shed so much? I'm so allergic to you. Please don't bite me. Please don't bite me. She's like, okay, I come back to you. Jeez Louise. I think we have officially entered the holiday season because people are just doing stupid shit. That seems to be like the thing, you know? Everyone's all trippy because it's the holidays, and might I recommend some antidepressants? Just saying. Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to switch to my laptop camera for a few minutes. As you can tell, if you watched that, the iPhone camera is legit. It's so much better. Oh, that's where you're watching from? Um, my friend Peter is from the Buffalo area originally. Then he moved to Columbus, and now he lives like DC-ish. Okay. I had to send a message on Discord. I'm not really a Discorder, but oh my gosh. Is there any way to have Discord and not have to go through like every single notification? Anyone? This is actually what I was looking for. I wanted to share my stream. If I could show you guys, I would. If you are watching and you have yet to like the video, please do that. Please do that. I looked up where my phone usually is. If you are not subscribed, that's free. Please do that. And I'm sure you've probably heard me go on and on about why this case is important to people outside of my community. And I still believe that to be the case. I would greatly appreciate if you could share this with people, whether it be on Facebook, Instagram, X, Discord, all the things. I am criminally confident. That is my name on YouTube. Do not search for Lacey Jane. I'm almost done. Okay. Apparently, I needed to tag everyone. Everyone. How do I do that? Can only certain people do that? Okay. Christmas kitten. Christmas kitten. Ah. I don't even think it's a matter of my ears being big. I think they're just not comfortable. But I'm sure these would be a bit more comfortable, like on a child's, like toddler's ears. Probably not safe. They'd probably be deaf pretty early on in life. This coverage was meant to start at 112, just for the record. Like, it is 127. What in the actual heck? I'm heckin' mad. I always give things a thumbs up. Okay, I got a message about to answer your question directly from someone involved. No, there is no fund, but there are talks about trying to set one up after this, which I don't know how effective that will be. Ideally, it would be set up so that people could give during the trial while people are still thinking about it, instead of running the risk of forgetting about it post trial, which sounds awful, but that it is what it is. People have very short memories. There we go. There we go. Also a reminder, I said this yesterday. I live in a world filled with two things: all caps and 1.5 times speed. If you are watching on replay, I highly recommend that you watch at 1.5 times speed. Not 2, because that's too fast. But 1.5, that seems to be perfect for my silent moments and completing sentences, uh, those sort of things. Totally normal. Totally normal. There we go. Thank you again to Maybe for the very generous donation today. Well, hello, Harriet. Welcome. Maybe, I believe, is still catching up to us. She was absent from the class this morning, so she's there she is. She's in real time. I need to get a little bit more comfortable. And Pearl will not be joining me for the afternoon. I went upstairs to grab a pizza box because I ordered Pizza Hut last night and left it upstairs. and she thought it was time to take a NAP. A nap. NAP. And God. So she's up there all by herself taking a nap. Hi, Jake. Not sure if you heard what I said just now. Maybe I'll repeat it in a few minutes. Okay, this is dumb. I genuinely have not seen a judge consistently this late. I follow a lot of trials, and usually they are like annoyingly on time, if not early. Or like, even if it isn't, even if the jurors aren't in there right now, even if they're just like deliberating between attorneys, why is it that we hear that during every other case except for this one? I just get the impression that the camera dude is not aware that people are interested in hearing what goes on outside the presence of the jury. Like hearing who the next witnesses are going to be and things like that. It's normal to record that. But not for this guy. The evil kitty is on my lap right now. There we go.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the court and
Okay, you wouldn't know this because the fucking cameraman isn't doing his job, but we have now moved on to the defense.
spell your last name for the record?
Eric Moynihan,
Nice.
Moynihan.
Who are you employed by?
Blendon Township Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the Blendon Township Police Department?
I've worked there now for just over 17 years.
And in what capacity, sir?
As a police officer to start back in 2008, and then I was promoted to supervisor sergeant in 2011.
Prior to being employed at Blendon Township, where were you employed at?
I've had lots of law enforcement experience, starting all the way back when I was 17. I joined the United States Air Force and worked a total of 5.5 years in their version of military police, referred to as security forces. After that, or during that period of time, I was actually a certified officer in the state of Florida as well. Worked part-time with the city of Mexico Beach for a short bit until I moved to Ohio. I was sponsored by the village of Kirkersville and attended a police academy up here. Then picked up by the village of Granville in Licking County, where I worked for 4.5 years before now being at Blendon for 17.
Long decorated career in law enforcement.
Did you go to, you said you went to a police academy up here. Was that Opata?
No, I went to Hocking College in Nelsonville.
College?
Yes,
Did you eventually go to, or were you eventually certified by the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy?
yes, passed the state test, and they've kept me around for 17 years now.
You said you were, that you served in the Air Force. Thank you so much for your service. You said you were there, military police for 5.5 years.
A total of 5.5 years in 2 separate sections of active duty, a 4-year contract with an honorable discharge, and then I was recalled again after 9/11 for another 1.5 years with another honorable discharge.
Were you deployed anywhere?
I was not. Different sort of reserve unit to take the place of the active duty teams at home so that they could deploy overseas.
My understanding, sir, is that in your capacity of employment at Blendon Township, you're also a field training officer.
I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Well, you might go to a police academy in whichever state, excuse me, as it is in Ohio. They teach you all the basic things you need to know about Ohio law and regulations, and all the standards set forth by the lawmakers and everything that you need to pass the standard in Ohio. However, depending on which agency you go to, the paperwork's different, the forms are different, the court systems are different.
Huh,
All
preach.
of those matters. The day-to-day workload and job is slightly different. So that's your on-the-job training, so to speak, in person, in a car with somebody with you.
Are you also a firearms instructor?
I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Mostly for a department our size, it just consists of conducting our annual qualifications, which we actually do twice a year. But that's it.
In order to qualify for a firearm, sir, do you and your trainees, or you and the people who you're instructing go through shoot, don't shoot scenarios?
We have done those, yes.
Now, the jury has already heard a bunch of this, but what are you trained to do when you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death?
You're trained to respond to that threat. And if that means using deadly force, those are your actions that you have to justify. And there's a means to do that, but you may engage that threat until you stop the threat in that case.
And is that how you train other officers on the force as well?
Yes.
Where are you trained to shoot, sir, when you engage that threat?
The most common place that we train to shoot is center mass, just for the likelihood of hitting your target, and not trying to shoot limbs or anything else. But the main goal is not to injure or hurt anyone. It's just to stop whatever that perceived threat is at the time.
And when do you stop shooting, sir?
When that threat is stopped.
I want to talk to you a little bit about general police concepts. I'll let you get a sip of water first.
I'm listening.
What does reasonable articulable suspicion mean to you?
So it's kind of difficult to define, but essentially it's a standard of certain circumstances and articulable facts and circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that a crime had been, is being, or about to be committed.
And is that what you need to stop and investigate a person?
Yes,
What do you need? What type of standard do you need in order to arrest a person?
that would be probable cause.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what probable cause means?
Basically building on reasonable articulable suspicion, it's the idea that we would add in maybe some evidence, some fruits of the crime, tools used to commit the crime, and again, with to cause a reasonable person to believe that a particular person committed a particular crime.
Thank you. I want to take you back, sir, to August 24th, 2023. The jury has already seen some of your body-worn camera. You had it on you that day, right?
I did.
Can you show the jury where it was positioned on this uniform?
I was not wearing this uniform on the day. We were wearing a more relaxed version with polo shirt and utility pants. However, it would have been basically in the right side of my right side,
And,
low center,
and is it fixed on your uniform?
with a magnet to your shirt. Yes.
Fair to say, sir, that it's a fisheye lens with that body-worn camera?
Yeah, I've heard it, a wide angle lens, fisheye lens, something to that effect. I don't know the exact terminology.
You would agree with me that it doesn't always capture everything that you as a police officer sees, correct?
That is correct.
And sometimes certainly you would agree with me that it captures things that you couldn't see. Is that correct?
That's also true.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. Would you recognize your body-worn camera if it were shown to you?
Yes.
Permission to play a snippet of Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, Your Honor, so he can identify it as such.
You may.
May I please have computer, Miss Cook? Oh, you don't want this cord? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that was the right cord. Bless you.
God bless them.
That way. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. For the record, I'm starting the video at 12 minutes and 2 seconds.
273.
73.
Sir, do you recognize that as your body-worn camera?
I do.
And you recognize that that it was your body-worn camera from August 24th, 2023?
Correct.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember occurring on August 24th, 2023?
It's, yes.
Prior to that snippet that I just played, why were you at the Kroger parking lot on August 24th, 2023?
So initially I was called to a hit skip crash that occurred further down in the parking lot in front of that Dollar Tree that you can kind of see off to the right, where a vehicle trying to leave the parking lot was struck by another vehicle that backed into them.
Would you say that Dollar Tree is several hundred feet away from where you're standing at right now?
That sounds about right.
Now, on August 24th, 2023, did you have reasonable articulable suspicion to investigate and probable cause to detain who you now know as Miss Young?
I did.
What was that probable cause based on, sir?
That was based on a known party who makes themselves known in this video shortly, that I knew from previous calls and reports at the Kroger to be a manager at that particular location. Came out and flagged me down, gesturing to who I know to be Miss Young now, entering the black vehicle pictured on that screen, saying that she had just taken items from the store.
I'm going to play a portion of your body-worn camera now, beginning at 12:08, and I'm going to try to stop it at 12:27.
Attendant 29, 3705 Managua, 3705.
What's that?
Female is hallucinating. Want you to ask for attendance.
Hey, stop. Hey, out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car. Out of the car.
Was there a license plate on the car that you just saw?
I did not see a license plate as I approached, no.
Was there a handicap placard? Do you know?
I did not see a handicap placard in the car, and it was in a marked handicap spot.
And you had mentioned earlier that you were aware, based on thefts at that Kroger from a manager who eventually comes out to tell you what's going on, correct?
Yes, I was aware of prior instances of theft. I had taken several reports of theft from that location previously.
Sir, why do you approach her window here?
Obviously, once I'm flagged down about a reported theft and the suspect is right there in front of me, I'm duty bound to make some sort of contact and attempt to resolve and investigate this crime that's just been alleged to me. I can't just wave it off, and I can't just go back to doing the lockout. So that's the quickest and most expeditious way is to just go up to the driver's side window and make contact as I would on a traffic stop or something to that effect.
Did you make it clear that she wasn't free to leave?
I believe I did, yes.
I want to talk to you in general about non-compliance. When someone is non-compliant to you, what's the next step in your thought process?
Well, it always it always raises a question as to what else is going on.
Why?
'Cause
Yeah.
out of this incident, all I know it to be is just a misdemeanor theft so far. So shoplifting, as some people would call it. So a misdemeanor crime nonetheless. It doesn't seem like a very big deal to me. So I don't know what else is going on, why we don't just resolve this as adults.
When someone is non-compliant to you, do you attempt to de-escalate that situation?
Yes,
Do you attempt to gain compliance?
obviously, yes,
Is officer presence a way to encourage compliance?
yes.
Was the driver in that car on August 24th, 2023, was she compliant?
No.
I want to direct your attention to this screen grab right here. Who is the bald gentleman with the glasses?
Oh, that is Officer Connor Grubb.
My husband,
No, Officer Connor Grubb.
Yes.
not
Have
really.
you worked on the same shift prior to that?
But he's
date, or
balding
tell
with his
ladies and
glasses.
gentlemen of the jury in what capacity you know Connor?
Connor was hired by our police department in 2019. I think initially as part-time, but just for a very brief period of time before he was given a full-time position. And then I was one of his primary field training officers. And then ultimately, once he was released from training, we ended up working together on my shift, usually 3 days a week or so.
I want to talk to you about a law enforcement concept, again, that the jury has heard a ton about, but what's known as contact and cover. Are you familiar with that concept?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what a contact officer's responsibilities are as opposed to what a cover officer's responsibilities are?
Well, as I see it, the contact officer is just as it sounds, the one making contact with the subject of the call, whatever that might be, or whoever that might be. Handling, trying to de-escalate whatever situation might be going on there, trying to further the investigation and obtain relevant facts and information to, again, move that investigation along.
Like a license
Whereas
plate.
the cover officer is essentially looking at everything else, the
Oh.
scene, the environment around them,
What I meant.
keeping track of whatever else might be happening, bystanders or something else happening in the environment, in the area, or other safety clues that maybe I don't see, all the while keeping in mind that we need to be cognizant that we both have firearms on us, and if things went bad, we wouldn't want a crossfire situation between the two of us. So we try not to put the subject of the call in between the two of us. So that kind of limits where you can be.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to break that down a little bit. Based on your training and experience, can Connor provide effective cover if he were standing right next to you?
I wouldn't think so. Do you mean like any particular side, or
If he were if he were on the same side as you?
just on the same side of the vehicle in general? He'd basically be looking at the same things that I'm
Yeah.
doing. She may not realize there's a second officer there, and that officer presence factor is a thing. Whether there's one officer or two officers or more officers.
No way.
Would just tend to, raise the situation. Somebody might deem that to be more serious than what it is. So the idea that there's two officers on scene as opposed to just one, I think is an important thing for even the subject of the call to know sometimes.
Could he provide effective cover from the rear of the car, standing near that handicap placard post that you see in that frame?
So had there been a license plate on the car that maybe I wasn't able to jot down or remember, a cover officer could go back there and maybe write that down while I'm making contact. But there was no
Like
license
I
plate.
just
so
said that
in
or
effect,
something.
I'm not sure how much good that would do from that angle or position either.
You mentioned crossfire earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You stated that you didn't want to put a subject in between you and the cover officer. Can you expand on that a little bit?
It's just that principle, that if things do go badly and we both ended up discharging our weapons, we certainly wouldn't want to have a crossfire situation between the two of us. So that's just the general premise.
So based on your training and experience as both a sergeant and a field training officer, is an effective place to cover in front of the car?
In this instance, I could see that, yes.
In that car, as far as you know, when Connor is approaching it, was it stationary?
It was stationary.
And at this point in time, sir, that you're interacting with her, you mentioned you had probable cause for a theft or shoplifting. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say I did.
After the non-compliance, do you have probable cause for any type of additional crimes?
As she's being non-compliant, then there's the additional charge of potential obstruction or resisting, if you would make that argument, both misdemeanors as well.
Hypothetically speaking, sir, if she had pulled off at this point, would you have any probable cause for any additional crimes?
Other than the obstructing, and outside of any conduct that might happen in the parking lot on the way out, I can't think of anything.
If she fled, do you think you may have tried to charge her with failure to comply with a police officer's order?
I could, as a
I think it just
as a misdemeanor
depends.
again, but I would not have been able to pursue if that's what you're asking.
If she attempts to cause serious physical harm in addition to the theft and the potential fleeing, what type of crime is that?
So can you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I'm so sorry. It's a terrible question. If the driver here commits serious physical harm and flees in addition to the theft offense, what type of crimes would you have probable cause for at that point?
Okay, so the addition of the use of force coupled with a theft or fleeing immediately after a theft escalates that theft from a misdemeanor, even if it was to start with, to a robbery offense. Using some sort of weapon in that fleeing action would then escalate that to an aggravated robbery.
Are those serious crimes?
Yes.
Now, sir, when someone tries to hit an officer with a vehicle, even if they miss, what crime would you have probable cause for in that instance?
That could be a felonious assault then. All of the assault crimes in the Ohio Revised Code Book are literally worded as cause or attempt to cause physical harm. So the physical harm doesn't actually have to happen. It's just needs to be demonstrated that it was attempted.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, you mentioned you've been to that parking lot several times. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to leave that spot where that driver is, do you have to make a hard right turn or a hard left turn in order to leave that spot?
You can't go
It's difficult
backwards.
to explain, but the main entry and exit points to that parking lot run alongside that driveway that runs directly in front of the Kroger that's partially visible there, and the main entrance. And it kind of cuts at a 45-degree angle to the building on either side of that main entrance, where then it straightens out.
So dumb.
So in order to get out of the parking lot, the most expeditious way would be to make a right to get on that drive. I'm not sure if I explained that right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury got to see the Kroger parking lot. Sir, based on your interactions with Miss Young in the car, could you tell she was pregnant?
No.
Fair to say, sir, that you had a longer interaction with her than Connor did on August 24th, 2023?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing your body-worn camera from 12:27 to 12:39.
The car.
What?
Out of the car.
What?
They said your soul stuff, do not leave. Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out.
Did you see yourself try to hit the window?
I did.
Why did you do that?
The intent at the time was I lost track of how many times I told her to get out of the car, somewhere between 8 to 10 times. And it seemed like I wasn't getting anywhere. She rolled the window down to talk to me, and I thought briefly that was progress, but it was not. So my intent was to break the window in an effort to remove her from the car to keep her at the scene.
I'm going to continue playing your BWC from 12:38 to the 13:02.
Car. Get out of the car.
You can hear the screeching.
Shots fired. Stop the goddamn car. Stop the goddamn car. There it is.
Sir, when that car took off, did that surprise you?
Absolutely.
What did you do at that point in time?
Well, I had my hand in the window. I guess I would equate it to almost having your foot in the door. But more to convey the idea that she wasn't free to leave, that we were going to continue this investigation. And obviously my intent was to break the window, so I did not expect the window to still be intact, and didn't foresee her driving off and me still holding on. So that took a second for my brain to catch up with what was happening there, both
Yeah.
with the failure of me to be able to break the window in the first place, and then the vehicle start moving.
You said you held on to the window. What happened to your body as the car drove off and you're holding on to the window?
I was pulled alongside, had to take some sort of running steps to kind of get my feet back under myself again.
And then you eventually ran into Connor?
I did,
Based on your experience, sir, is that a dangerous situation?
yes.
Now, sir, to the best of your knowledge, was the shot fired before you were drug into Connor? Before you came into contact with Connor?
Before I came into contact, yes.
Sir, why did you not fire your weapon when you were on the side of the car?
Well, a couple of reasons. For one, I had my hands full. Again, I was trying to break the window. And from my perspective and my point of view at that time, I didn't have a threat towards me. So it wasn't until I get pulled alongside the car and then realized that a shot's fired and bump into Officer Grubb that I realized he drew his weapon and fired. So then I did the same, thinking I missed something, and responded from there.
How quickly is this all happening?
Seconds.
Hypothetically, sir, based on your training, if you perceived an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death, would you respond with the appropriate force?
I would.
Sergeant, is there a difference between a perceived threat and an actual threat? Let me give you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Glendon Township responds to a bank robbery. A person who's alleging to have robbed the bank is coming out of the bank. He's got a gun in his hand and he's pointing it at police officers. Would you classify that as a perceived threat?
Yes.
Now, in that same hypothetical, you guys are barricading, the Glendon Township Police Department is barricading that bank. In that same hypothetical, that robber of the bank is coming out, but he's shooting at anybody and everybody involved in the parking lot. Is that an actual threat?
Yes.
And also a perceived threat, right?
Yes.
So a perceived threat can actually become an actual threat, right?
If I follow your logic, yes.
Once that threat is employed or once the trigger is pulled, right?
Yes.
Now, hypothetically, in that first hypothetical with the bank robber and he comes out and he points a gun at you. You as a police officer, you don't have to wait until he pulls the trigger, correct?
You do not.
And that's because you perceive an imminent threat of serious physical harm or death. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that would permit you to respond with deadly force if that firearm is pointed at you, right?
Yes.
And an actual threat also, if that bank robber comes out and is shooting at anybody and everybody in that parking lot, an actual threat also permits you to respond with deadly force based on your training. Is that right?
Yes.
Because at this moment, the weapon is actually being used. You would agree with that, right?
Agreed.
Now, sir, hypothetically, had the driver of that vehicle complied with you or complied with you and Officer Grubb, what would have happened? What would you have done in that situation with the driver of that vehicle?
Well, as I explained earlier, this was just a shoplifting call to me. As far as I knew it to be a misdemeanor. It's not uncommon to, I'd have her step out, identify her, collect whatever evidence we maybe could, may even stay with her in the parking lot and send Officer Grubb inside to review camera footage or get statements from any other employees or witnesses that witnessed, get an inventory of what was taken, but ultimately clear the scene, writing a ticket or a summons essentially for her to appear in court at a later time.
Sir, I want to talk to you about the use of force continuum. What exactly is the use of force continuum based on?
Basically, a framework for how to classify an officer response to subject actions. So an action response sort of diagram.
Would you agree with me that an action is always faster than a reaction?
Action is fast, yes.
And is that how you train officers in Blendon Township?
Yes, and that's also the reason that you don't have to wait for that actual threat.
Now, is there a time frame associated on each stage of the use of force continuum?
It doesn't have a time frame or an particular order that you have to progress through or to.
So would you agree with me then, sir, that depending on certain situations, your use of force continuum can go from 0 to lethal in a matter of split seconds?
Oh, God, yeah.
Absolutely.
Sir, have you drawn your weapon before in an attempt to gain compliance?
I have.
Have you had to fire your weapon before?
No.
Do you draw your weapon? Would you draw your weapon in an effort to gain compliance?
I have, yes.
Is that a method that you train officers on?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, sir, about cars in general. Are you aware that a slow-moving car can cause serious physical harm?
Yes.
How are you aware of that, sir?
In March of 2023, I unfortunately was involved in an on-duty crash in a marked cruiser. I was turning left and momentarily distracted by my in-car computer, responding not lights and siren to the call I was going to and reviewing the notes and details. And I struck a pedestrian in a marked crosswalk. I was going a little less than 15 miles an hour, and the pedestrian immediately fell down. He did not go up and over the hood of the cruiser, nor did I run over any actual part of his body. But I was concerned because he did hit his head and had an obvious visible bleeding injury on his head. It wasn't until later that I actually learned he suffered a broken leg out of that collision.
Sir, I want to talk to you about any injuries you may have sustained on August 24th, 2023. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I am approaching Sergeant with what has been previously marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit K.
Oh, my God.
Sir, do you recognize that document?
I do.
It's a picture of you on August 24th of 2023.
Yes.
And can you flip to page 2 of that document?
Yes.
I believe page 2 of that document is a close-up of your pants on August 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
It is.
Did you have blood on your pants when you were photographed?
I did.
Were your pants ripped?
I think they were still serviceable.
Did you have injuries on your knees or shins or anywhere in your lower extremities?
I don't recall having any injuries.
Certainly you would have reported them had you had injuries so that BCI could document them, correct?
Yes.
Sir, were you kneeling on the ground longer than Connor was kneeling on the ground on August 24th, 2023?
I believe so, yes.
I would assume so.
Thank you, Sergeant. Were you originally going to testify for the prosecution?
I had heard that I would be subpoenaed or had been subpoenaed. I had never received a subpoena.
But we had to call you as the defense instead. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why?
I don't know.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Moynihan, for being here. I have no further questions for you at this time. I'm sure the prosecution has some questions for you. We can just leave that up there for now. Thank you, sir.
Any cross-examination?
That was simple.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Moynihan.
Good afternoon.
My name is Erin Clickable, and I am one of the prosecutors assigned to the case representing the state state of Ohio. Um, Isn't it true that we did reach out to you through an attorney to speak with you prior to this case starting trial?
My understanding is reached out, yes, there was an invite to grand jury. And that was, I received a invite to a pretrial conference, but no subpoena.
But a pretrial conference and attempted to speak with you prior to this case, and would you agree that through an attorney you declined to meet with us beforehand, which is your right?
I did.
And so this is the first time we're meeting each other, is that?
Yes.
Now, tell me a little
Lucky
bit
you.
about Blendon Township. How big is that department?
Well, it was much larger until recently. We've had some levee failures and some folks have departed, but we are a single-digit department, including the chief now. And we service about 10,000 residents all the way up in the northeast corner of Franklin County, the Hoover Dam area, although that has now been annexed by the city of Columbus.
And you told Ms. Stevens that you actually were a sergeant on shifts that the defendant, Connor Grubb, would work with you. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
How long did that assignment where the two of you would have been working as officer and sergeant, how long did that last?
Essentially through his FTO period. Without looking at it, I think the majority of that was on second shift, which was my shift. And then I was generally assigned to that same shift. So essentially from his hire date in 2019.
So from 2019 until 2023, you would have supervised him on shifts and said maybe 3 times a week.
Yes, that would be the normal course.
Did you socialize with Connor Grubb outside of work?
During the period of time then, no.
Now do you?
I have on a few occasions since this incident happened, yes.
And as a sergeant for Blendon Township Police Department, are you a member of the FOP?
I am,
How long have you been a member of the FOP?
since my hire date.
After this incident on August 24th, 2023, did you eventually meet with BCI special agents to talk about the case?
I did.
And did that happen on October 11th, 2023?
That does sound correct.
And do you remember Special Agent Douglas, Special Agent Mulford being there representing BCI?
I remember the names. I don't specifically remember them by face.
And you were there. Was there anyone else present for that interview?
Yes, an attorney of mine through the FOP.
During that interview, do you remember telling the agents that you did not recognize the woman who we now know as Miss Young when you approached the car?
Correct. I did not recognize her.
And I believe you also told those agents that although you had known about some prior thefts, you had no knowledge that she was involved in them. Would you agree?
That is correct. I had no knowledge that she was specifically involved in any prior thefts.
And I think you mentioned this. You also had told the agents back on October 11th, 2023, that you did not perceive a threat to yourself during your interaction with Miss Young. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I did not.
You were asked about, is it contact and cover? Is that what you were asked about by Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, the terms that she used, yes.
Okay, what would you use as those terms?
No, yes, that was it.
Okay, so in that scenario back on August 24th, 2023, you would have been in contact?
Yes,
And it's important to know where your cover is?
yes.
Okay. But on that interview on October 11th, 2023, do you remember saying once Connor Grubb walked behind you, you did not really know where he was?
I do recall saying that, yes.
Yeah,
So
he
at
was
that point,
focused, making sure he didn't get
contact, you really
shot.
don't know where your cover is.
I also clarified that to be, I knew that he was generally on my left and generally in the front of the vehicle, but I could not have pinpointed exactly where.
And you agree that
Peripheral vision.
you never even drew your firearm prior to the shooting.
That is correct.
And And then with respect to your contact with Miss Young, at one point, would you agree she does roll down her window?
Yes,
And at that point, did you put your hand in the window?
I did.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor? Sergeant Moynihan, I'm going to show you what I marked as Exhibit 81. It's a screen grab.
Mhm.
Or would you agree it's a screen grab from your body worn camera?
I agree.
And do you see your hand on the window in State's Exhibit 81?
I do.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may.
What number is that?
81. We hooked in? Okay, let me try it again. So Sergeant Moynihan, is State's Exhibit 81 a fair and accurate depiction of your hand after you held the window on August 24th, 2020?
Yes,
Now, she didn't roll the window up on your hand at all, did she?
she did not.
And there was nothing preventing you from letting go of that window that day, was there?
There was not.
During that interview on October 11th, 2023, do you remember telling the agents that you were surprised that there was a shot?
The sound of the shot did surprise me. Yes,
So you weren't expecting a shot, would you agree?
correct.
And it was only after you heard the shot and started to move that you then drew your weapon, is that correct?
After I heard the shot, saw Officer Grubb Officer Grubb with his firearm out, then I drew my weapon as well.
And when you were communicating with Miss Young, do you remember in that October 11th, 2023 interview saying you really didn't even hear Connor Grubb or anything he was saying in the front of the car?
I did say that, yes.
And you never left the driver's side window when you were talking to Miss Young and walked to the front spot of the car, did you?
I never did,
She
no.
wouldn't be able to provide
You didn't choose
cover.
to move from the window, the driver's side window area to the front of the car.
I did not.
And I think you were asked some questions in that same interview we've been talking about individuals that were around the car. And at that time, you told us about the woman from Kroger and that you remembered she was around the car. Would you agree?
Yes, talking about the placement of other people in the parking lot, that conversation from the interview, yes.
But would you also agree that that key lockout that was happening, at that point, you didn't think they were in the picture?
If you asked me to describe where they were, they would have been, I guess, off to my right. I could not have told you specifically where they were.
Now, when this when Miss Young was shot, does the car just move forward towards the Kroger?
Yes, it continues rolling.
And isn't it true that at that point you didn't believe there was any control of that car by the driver?
So after I drew my weapon and issued verbal commands to make sure that there wasn't some ongoing or continuing threat that I had missed previously, I did not see any input from the driver, as I told the agents in that interview. I didn't see any brake lights. I didn't see any turning inputs. But
Ultimately, does the Lexus move forward and kind of stop into a pillar?
it strikes the building first, and then kind of turns with the momentum to be parallel with the building, if that makes sense.
When the Lexus first, there was a first stop and then ultimately the car goes forward. So I want to talk about that first stop. Were you and Connor Grubb attempting to get Miss Young out of the car?
Yes.
And at that point, was there a time when the car kind of moved forward when you were trying to get Miss Young out of the car?
When Officer Grubb was trying to get her out of the car, yes. Because of the pillar you mentioned, there wasn't enough room in there for both of us without potentially getting crushed but around that, or enough room to work. So he was trying to get her out, and the vehicle lurched forward again, kind of scraping the wall until it came to rest again against a abutment.
And during that series of events, did you see Officer Grubb fall to the ground?
I don't recall seeing that.
When you were kneeling on the ground to provide assistance to Miss Young, was that in the area where the car ultimately came to rest?
So it came to rest on the covered sidewalk portion in front of the building. And after she was out of the car, we drug her a short bit away. I think I was in the parking lot area.
Let me ask it this way, Sergeant Moynihan. When you started to check her pulse, provide emergency care, was that the same area where ultimately you started CPR?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in that same spot once you're down trying to assist her.
Yes.
And you were never down on the ground when the car kind of paused prior to that. Like the car kind of pauses because it's a little bit stuck, and then it kind of goes forward. That's what I'm talking about. So
Okay. Yes. Fair enough.
First area before it goes to its final resting place, you never kneeled there.
I never did. No.
And ultimately, you only were assisting Miss Young when she came out of the car. You got her out of the car where we see the blood stains.
Yes. Yeah.
Gosh.
There's been some discussion about hearing the sound of tires in this case. Would you agree that on October 11th, 2023, when you talked to the agents from BCI, you had said on August 24th, 2023, I never heard that?
Yeah, that is true. During the incident, I didn't recall hearing the screeching tires. It wasn't until after I reviewed the video that I could hear it.
And you never heard the words that Connor Grubb was using when he was to your left at the front of the car?
Correct.
And you were standing right outside of the car by Miss Young, who's inside of the car,
Yes.
and you couldn't hear his words.
Well, I didn't remember what he was saying. I couldn't have told you what he was saying. I was focused on what I was trying to accomplish at the time, and I just could not have told you in real time without watching the video what he had said.
Were you given the opportunity to watch that body worn camera, first of all yours, after this incident?
I was.
And did you watch your own body worn camera prior to talking to the agents on October 11th, 2023?
I did.
Had you also been given the opportunity to review Connor Grubb's body worn camera?
I
prior
agree.
to that October 11th, 2023 interview with BCI?
Yes.
How many times do you think you watched your own body worn camera?
Prior to that date or since? All the way?
All the way.
Okay. So, I mean, prior to the interview, I only watched maybe 2 or 3 times. Not very much. I wanted it to be more of what I recalled about the incident and less of what I studied on video about the incident. Since then, I've watched it several more times. I would feel comfortable saying maybe 10 for each, and I would add the Kroger security video in there as well.
So you were able to watch the Kroger security video. Was that prior to October 11th, 2023 when you met with BCI?
I think I saw a portion of that video, but I don't know that I watched the whole thing until just recent weeks.
And who showed you your own body worn camera? How did you get access to that?
My FOP attorney.
And with respect to Officer Grubb's body worn camera, who gave you access to that?
Same FOP attorney.
What about the Kroger surveillance video?
Same FOP attorney.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Sergeant White.
May I redirect?
May I inquire?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, is this the first time that I'm meeting you?
Yes,
I'm not your FOP attorney.
you are not.
Anything that your FOP attorney did or didn't do change how you remembered everything that day?
No,
I never sent you a letter for a pretrial conference.
you did not.
You mentioned to Ms. Claypool that you gave an oral statement to BCI lead agent Douglas. Do you remember speaking to her about that?
Yes,
Sir, was that a full voluntary statement?
it was.
Would you be surprised if I told you that you gave Agent Douglas a full voluntary statement for 37 minutes?
No, that sounds right.
You were asked on on cross-examination by Ms. Claypool if you socialized with Connor Grubb. Would you lie for Connor Grubb?
No,
When you were giving CPR and instituting life-saving measures on the driver of that vehicle, sir, were you kneeling?
I was
Were you kneeling on your shins or your knees?
on my knees.
And you were putting the pressure on your knees, is that correct?
Yes, part of CPR, you're literally using your upper half body weight, so
She's
the
doing a good
pressure would
job.
be more forward on your knees. In my experience and many times of doing CPR.
Sir, was the driver of that vehicle free to go when both you and Connor had approached that vehicle?
No,
Ms. Claypool asked that you didn't fire your weapon. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
You weren't standing where Connor was standing on August 24th, 2023, were you?
I was not.
The car wasn't trying to hit you, was it?
No,
Were you surprised that the car tried to hit Connor Grubb?
I was surprised when it lurched forward. Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Any questions as a result of those? All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
Leave everything there. You can take your water bottle.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses at this time?
At this point in time, we would, no, is the actual answer, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for today. If you can be back here 8:45, and you guys are unbelievable job getting here on time and being ready. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Everyone can have a seat. A couple things. Do we have my jury instructions and everything? No. That's what I was asking. I'm just meaning that, no. A couple things. We'll give you some jury instructions for you guys to look over this weekend because you have nothing else to do. Also, do you guys have a clean laptop?
I was told I need to request one. The prosecutor's office saying I will have
From Franklin County prosecutors? Okay.
one. Just to clarify, Judge, is that for during a deliberation?
Yes, yes. I don't want to keep bringing the jury in and out of here and having us play various things they want to take a look at. And I don't know how you guys are, Mark's not, but the rest of you guys are computer literate and I'm not. I don't know whether we've played so many different, both the experts have played. I don't know whether we're going to just put those in icons that they can take a look at the, I don't know how you guys want to do it.
We can talk about it in our.
Because we can put everything on the laptop, but the clean laptop's not going to allow them to access the internet or anything like that.
We'll discuss that.
Okay, well, just what I've been thinking about. We need to talk, and then you're going to, we can do it next week, but give everything that you plan on admitting in the evidence. I've kept track since you gave you a checklist, so. And then are you guys, we can talk about that next week, but I'm just trying to get all the evidence.
We'll get our list together as well. Ms. Stevens has it right.
I figured that. Anything else?
Thank you, Judge.
You guys have a good weekend.
All right.
Thank you, cameraman. It's all we've been asking for. Okay, guys, this has been a long week, and I greatly appreciate your support, your viewership. I appreciate mods. Mostly, maybe she's been terrific with helping me out on here. And financial donations, that's been great as well. Thank you, Harriet. And I might be on Friday Night Live tonight. It just depends. I am going upstairs right now to go take a nap. So, yay. Thank you, John, for gifting a membership. I just set that up like an hour ago. So I hope that whoever joined or was gifted a membership enjoys it. I'm still learning all the things, and I am going to shut my eyes a little bit and get back to work probably before FNL. And if you are unfamiliar with, I will absolutely give Coco a scratch for you. If you are unfamiliar with the expert, wow, we have a lot of memberships being gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyone who was given a membership, please make sure to say thank you. And I appreciate you guys coming and watching, and absolutely no problem. I'm happy to be covering this. Not happy, but you guys get what I mean. Yes. absolutely what Heather just saw or said. See, I'm like, and it wasn't even a full week. It was like 4 days, but a lot of screen time. So what I am going to plan on doing is being here on Monday at 9 a.m. Even though I'm sure that court won't start until like 9:30. And we're gonna do it again. It's gonna be great, guys. And I hope that you guys keep Connor and his family in your prayers this week, and rather. And yeah, this is a crazy one. So before I keep mumbling and not really making sense, I am going to jump off, and I'll probably see you guys tonight or some other time this weekend. Maybe if you could drop a link for Expert's channel for anyone who's interested in watching Friday Night Live, that would be great. Yeah, Heather, that would be awesome. You should definitely go back and rewatch. And thank you, John. I appreciate it. I know that Expert's link was dropped earlier. The Expert. How do I share? I sound so old. Share channel. Copy. Yes. There you go. I thought the prosecution was bringing in Steph Stoughton. Prosecution had 70 people on their list. They do have one more person left, from my understanding, that just couldn't make it today. So, yeah. We shall see who that extra person is next week. And that is when I will see you guys again. So just one more time, if you could please make sure to like, subscribe, and if you're watching on replay, let us know how you came to find this case. That would be great. And yeah, guys, I'm struggling. I gotta get off here. I need to eat lunch and get off of here and stop trying to talk. Okay, I hope everyone has a great weekend. Okay? Bye. I'll see you on Monday, 9 a.m. Bye.